Kia ora everybody, good morning on this beautiful brisk morning, Central Hawke's Bay. Welcome to the Central Hawke's Bay District Council meeting. Let's start our meeting with karakia together. Pakataka te hau ki te uru, pakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina ki uta, kia mā takataka ki te pai, e hira ki ana te ātāpura, he teo, he huka, he hauhu, he hei, mori ora. Right, good to see everyone. Extraordinary meeting for council, particularly about updates on our local water done well work. We've got 2 items on the public agenda and then public excluded item where we're looking at that commercial heads of agreement terms on the regional CCO, so three items. And a very long day to go with 2 more committees to run today, so we are going to be moving. Apologies, we've got a full house today. Well done. Good to see everyone. Any conflicts of interest that anyone would like to speak to now before the agenda starts? No, thank you. Standing orders. Can I have a mover and seconder for our usual standing orders? Councillor Annand, Councillor Taylor. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. We've got the minutes from our meeting of the 3rd of July. Any quick eyes of any corrections? Otherwise, can I have a mover and seconder that as circulated are true and correct? Thank you, Councillor Moynihan and Councillor Byrne. All those in favour, say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Which takes us to our first report, which is an update on the very long list of resolutions we made at the last meeting about local water done well and how these are tracking. So, Mr. Taylor, page 11.
A lot of recommendations, but important recommendations, and so really there's 3 things today that I want to speak to. An update on those recommendations being part of it, but obviously, following on from our council meeting on the 3rd of July, this report does again provide a background and update on what's occurred in the last couple of weeks since that meeting. Most notably has been on page 12 and page 13, updates from the Finance and Expenditure Select Committee, who reported back on the bill to the House. In total, there were more than 360 amendments that have been made to the bill. Substantially, they're practical and technical issues. They're not substantive in nature, and most notably, probably for the challenges that this table and this community face. Yes, some mention around financial sustainability, but nothing specifically around affordability. So, just noting that one. And the bill is expected to progress through to its next stages in the next few months. Just moving on to page 16, it is, in terms of updates directly on the recommendations. Again, I've got Mr. Chamberlain and Mr. Klingberg in the room if there are any questions, Your Worship, later on these, but being clear that your recommendations on the 3rd of July were to get on and prepare the water service delivery plan. We've made good progress on that. We've got some draft feedback that's commented on later in the paper around draft water service delivery plan regionally, again with notes about affordability that we've got underway. And the next paper speaks specifically to that. Probably just noting point 5 in terms of the specific areas that you asked the preferred model to address. Again, have made significant progress on that. There is a PE item in this paper relating to draft heads of agreement, which again I think we have worked successfully to have most of those issues addressed through the draft heads of agreement. See that in PE, just recognising that there are some commercial terms that sit inside that. Other than that, again, just on page 18 is again the updates relating to the revised investment program. Yeah, we'll speak to those later. But with that, happy to take any questions, Your Worship, on the substantive matters. In your hands. Yep.
Oh, thank you. Quite a bit more information there. Just the first one from me. Do you anticipate with the agreement and the transitional arrangements that as soon as, so the order of events being the other councils have got to make resolutions, we sign a heads of agreement and then structures around transition would start standing up, the structures would start standing up immediately in August.
Yeah,
Is that your,
that would be the intention. It will be to move with as much pace as we can, particularly for, and I think the strategy and the approach that this table needs and this community needs is to address the affordability challenges we've got. We've got to be able to try and realise those efficiencies that the model aims to achieve as quickly as we can. So the sooner we can get those things stood up, the sooner we can understand the forward work programs and particularly how we can move forward on things like the water services strategy. So yes, with real urgency.
we've got hands for questions. The other thing is just about that modelling, about the regional modelling, and if we change our numbers, and you've got a comment in the middle of page 18 talking about that it's going to be challenging to actually rerun all the regional models, but all of the regional model at this point, and that would have to wait till a bit later. That's the middle of page 18. Talk about that a little bit, because we've done quite a bit of work to raise our investment. What does that mean in terms of the modelling and the business model?
Yeah, so Mr. Chamberlain can jump in as well. So what has been identified is to rerun the entire Hawke's Bay model. It's a significant cost that comes with having to rerun the whole model. And what's being proposed for us is the most cost-effective way to do that is to basically we'll be rerunning the model with the central Hawke's Bay numbers supplied as an addendum to the substantial Hawke's Bay model. So that's just recognising that just simply due to the time, like we've already had the draft water service delivery plan submitted to DIA, and councils are seeking feedback, some of those this week and next week on the makeup of those. So again, it's the most expedient way. Probably also recognising that one of the very first things that the new entity has to do as well, and certainly that's what we've encouraged them to do, is 30-year modelling. So straight off the bat, we're going to have to do another piece of work anyway to try and get 30-year modelling, not just at our request, but across for the water services strategy. So it's a little bit of, we can rerun the whole model, we can go to quite an amount of expense for not necessarily any real benefit. So that's been the advice anyway.
So just reading between the lines on that, that's that the 30-year strategy is about how to make sure we've got consistent interpretation of what investment is. Not developed separately, but work through it together as yeah. Sorry, Ken.
The 30-year modelling that I just heard, I think I've asked for that a few times now because I think the 10 years not good enough. So we're not going to see a 30-year modelling before we make the decision. Is that correct?
There's been a downfall of the whole model right from the get-go, councillor.
I'm sorry. We've been asking for over a year, 2 years for a 30-year model.
I don't know that we specifically have, because we did council adopted the terms of reference of how to approach this back at the end of last year, and it was to be modelled based on the 10 years that we knew in the LTP. And at the time, if we think back to that time when we did that, it was in that post-cyclone recovery phase where actually we weren't actually quite sure how to model longer than 10 years because of how many uncertainties there were. So it does, I agree, it's frustrating to not have that longer term investment profile, but the commitment from the region to do that is a good step.
So with that question then, if we find out in the 30-year model that there's been a whole lot of stuff left out by our other councils, and this whole process is actually twice as bad, 5 times as bad in the 30-year modelling, does that give us the opportunity, as I read in this report, that we can get out straight away?
Yeah, we're in the outdoors.
Yeah. So again, in the heads of agreement, there are provisions to exit.
So the question then I ask is, why don't we wait till the 30-year modelling's put forward before we agree to this or not?
So I'll just remind the table of our 3rd of September milestone to have a water service delivery plan.
We can always change it.
So that's, we won't achieve 30-year modelling get our water service delivery plan completed.
And meaningfully across the region, I think, is the other challenge there too. Councillor Byrne.
If the other councils aren't as sure as we are over our 30 years, How that was that realistically actually going to impact us though? I mean, if everything's ring fenced, how is that going to impact us if they have to invest more than what they're actually currently thinking?
That's assuming that the 30-year model shows more than what
Yeah.
we anticipated.
I think probably the key point you've mentioned is everything is still going to be as possible back to those instances. What the 30-year modelling does provide us with the opportunity to do, again, in the next stage of the water services strategy, is it ensures that there's a consistent and asset management approach taken to everything. It's the same level of robustness, the same level of saying that others are more diligent than others, but again, it's making sure that there is a consistent approach taken to how everything is modelled. So, yeah. But again, probably to Mary Alex's point before, we could try and rush some stuff, which was always been the debate through, but the other councils have also been really clear that we need to do this in a structured and protocol. So.
Councillor Moynihan.
Yes, thank you, Bishop. I'm reading through. There's a few things in there I was very concerned about, and one was the local water well done legislative update. So, well, how I read this is the select committee is going to report back to government, and what they've got in here, what I've read, is the final piece of legislation to implement for the government to go ahead with the policy, correct?
It's to go back to, it's the report from the select committee.
Yes,
Yeah, so it
and
hasn't
that's the
gone back.
final
It hasn't
piece.
been presented back to the House yet.
No, but it does say the final piece. Yep. Right. So in clause 15, and this is what the recommendation was, I see the report that the government select committee did not include or pick up the proposed objectives in clause 15 put forward by the Hawke's Bay Joint Submission in regards to resilience and growth, and also cost-effective and financially sustainably manner. That's what I had here. They didn't pick it up, and they're not going to. So my question is, if these above objectives are not embedded, how will this new structure ensure that the water infrastructure keeps pace with regional economic growth and climate change? And B, how will there be, or will there be an alternative mechanism to ensure that our local priority of financial sustainability is heard or acted on? So if it's not in there, they pass it, how are those two things are going to go forward? How are we going to put them enacted? Or it's not going to happen? Is this what I'm hearing when reading?
So through you, so I think the legislations are probably the way of thinking about it. The legislation's the minimum you have to do.
Right.
Exactly like the Reserves Act or the Local Government Act, that sets a minimum for the things you need to do, like consultation. You can do more consultation, but it sets a minimum threshold. So I think, particularly for your question, thinking of the act as that's the minimum. And you'll have, again, if you can think forward to the head of agreement work and again the governance structures that we've talked through in terms of the steps and the opportunities that you've got to influence the entity that you will be in control of as a shareholder. So you have things like letters of expectation and clear direction about what you can set and some of the metrics that you consider out. At the end of the day, there will be a legislative and a regulatory framework around it relating to the Commerce Commission, but at the end of the day, they are minimum benchmarks, and through the letters of expectation and other opportunities as shareholders in your entity, you'll be able to have a level of influence and control. So that's if there's, again, you're not just passing things off. So probably I'll leave it as that.
And can I just have one more question, please?
Yeah.
Just finance, well, it's the same thing again, financial sustainability. I see in the report several amendments to the principles have been made, especially relating to dividend payments. So this is the question relating to the dividend payments that they had here on page 15, and I just highlight particularly relating to dividend payments. My question is in regarding that area. I just need some clarification on this for dividend payments. Do you think the smaller councils are most at risk of being financially impacted if the water service provider prioritizes dividend payments over reinvestment? I mean, when they say dividend payments, it didn't give much detail, but is this what they're sort of talking about?
So, so my understanding of the feedback that came back from the select committee was a large amount of the feedback that came from the submissions was basically trying to drive the legislation to basically have a no dividend approach. It was a large part of what most of the feedback, and from memory, I think actually some of our Hawke's Bay feedback was around a no dividend approach.
Yeah, right.
So there's been a number of, again, just my understanding, there's been a number of technical amendments that have been made in that kind of 360 odd ring-fenced amendments that are sitting in there. Again, I'm jumping ahead to the heads of agreement. The reality is you to actually achieve a dividend, even for us as a Hawke's Bay model, you've actually got to make a surplus, and we know that we've got a long road ahead to return for investment to make for a dividend. So certainly in my opinion, we are in a safe place that we know dividends are going to be.
Right. So just to add on to that, so there will be a legislation that could be that if it did make a profit, there would be a dividend payout, correct? That's what.
The question is, how do we state our case locally around dividends? Where is that?
Yeah, so that's in the heads of agreement.
Right, so we'll go for there.
Margaret?
Thank you. So the CCO, it doesn't work under the same rules as what the council works under, where you rate for the amount that you need to run your operation for a year, and at the end of the year, everything should be neutral. Are they able to, because their only income is through rates, so they're paying a dividend, well, it's really a discount back. That's the only way they're going to be paying a dividend if they've got a surplus. So they're overcharged rates, is what I'm saying. So why would you do that?
I might just, if Mr. Chamberlain has another view on that, but I think what it's intending is that in the inflation of water, if there was to be, and we just probably the closest scenario or analogy I can give to the energy sector, where you may purchase other entities or do other things or other activities that could generate a economic return for the CCO. So that would be my understanding.
The regulator would look, see where the income's generated from before you.
I would anticipate, based on the Commerce Commission regulation, that they're not going to want the entities to be charging more to be returning dividends. That's certainly definitely not the intent of how the regulation's written.
So that's what point? Why would you have anything in about it?
So I think the intent of allowing it in the legislation is that it's another way to push the organisation to be efficient enough to be able to do that. But the reality is that these entities, and none of them are going to be able to consider anything like that for at least 20 years, because there's so much investment required. And so my guess is that most of the country will look at this just the way that we in Hawke's Bay have, which is actually, that's a red herring, that actually it's just not even real for our business model and we wouldn't even consider it. So I think it's there to provide options for people to choose that on their water entities, but my gut sense is that Hawke's Bay will choose it.
Okay, so if we have a CCO, will they be competing directly against us as a council for external funding, like RIF funding and things? They've got some structure that they want, so they apply to the government. The government's only got a certain amount to allocate. Would they be directly competing against us if we've got a project, or the bridge or something?
So we have, and that's part of the feedback around this table in terms of actually asking that the entity would seek external funding. So that's what has been included in the kids agreement, which again, we'll explore later. So, but yes, you could argue there'll be a direct head-to-head competition, but I would imagine that as we are working through that, it will be based on some regional priorities and local priorities that you will set as shareholders, and you'll be clear about why would they be prioritising investment in treatment plant or this over a bridge somewhere else. So in my view, again, as a shareholder, you've still got a degree of influence and direction in terms of the strategy of the business as well, and where you may choose to see its investment pathways.
I would add to that if we think of all three colours of government that we've experienced in the last few years, is that with any infrastructure funding, we tend to have some stipulation of working together as a region. And so potentially what you could see is that where there are bigger water entities, that they actually competitively and a national funding pot would be advantaged. It seems to be what the direction they're driving towards. Councillor Taylor.
On my question, page 18, is asking for clarification. You said the agenda says costs and timing to rerun Central Hawke's Bay numbers as part of the regional model is cost and time prohibitive, but Mr. Tack mentioned that remodeled numbers would be an addendum to something. Can you please clarify that for me and how that will help us?
So the discussions I've had with my counterparts in the other councils to do with the water service delivery plan is that obviously we're advanced now on starting to draft it. We've already had the first lot of feedback from DIA, and because we are planning to ring fence to start with, the changes that we're planning to make to the model only really affect Central Hawke's Bay's costs. So what we've agreed for expediency purposes is that we will deliver the water service delivery plan based on the original PwC modelling, and that in the affordability section of the water service delivery plan, we will make mention that actually the feedback that we've had initially from DIA is, and from our community, is that affordability is an issue. And as a result, we have re-looked at our capital program, and we are taking steps as a council to address that. That we haven't had time to fully embed this into the water service delivery plan. But what we're going to do is have like an appendix or an addendum at the back of the water service delivery plan that says, actually, if we remodeled and used the new capital program, that would have an impact on the rates required. And as a ring-fenced entity, here is what Central Hawke's Bay's portion of the entity would look like with the adjusted capital program. So that's how we're planning to incorporate it into the water service delivery plan, but not actually have to rewrite and have all the other councils adjust their commentary.
Are other councils also doing the same, looking at their infrastructure program? We're the only ones doing that. And so the feedback from DIA was that because I mean, the letters from the ministers are clear that they're telling us that we've got all the tools in the toolkit to be able to do what we need to do with this stuff. And so DIA has recognised that this is okay to do the looking at our infrastructure program, because it's a significant, if we go ahead with it, was a significant payback from what we originally said that we would do in our long-term plan, massive risks. So are they okay with that? That's my question.
So through you, Your Worship, so we're working on papers about through the next steps on that. So certainly the guidance and the feedback that's come both in the draft water service delivery plan, but in some minutes earlier is that is how options to work through that. So that's included some support from NIFCO as well, which is the new Crown Infrastructure Partners Agency as well, which is lent and given some advice. So look, they're certainly comfortable with it. Again, what as we progress through the next stages of this, all of these things will need to be re-explored in that services strategy and the. So that's at this stage, yes, a level of comfort that we need to number down. And very clearly, community have said the number is the strategy that we have been successfully delivering, which has got us to got us ahead of the curve again. We're just going to need to tweak that for these next few years to get us through the challenges. It's not, it's yes DIA, but actually we've got to respond to community.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, councillor Greg.
Oh, I'll say one thing, and I'd like to congratulate our mayor for writing these letters back and forth to these ministers. And the real big issue is this affordability issue, and you've been really pushing it. And I will say congratulations on where you're coming from. But it was just that one from Honourable Simon Watts, and in it I highlighted it under local water done well. There is no requirement for price harmonisation. If he stated that, that means we will not be considering them. Is this correct? How will we get to? Will there be a price harmonisation? That's my question, because he says it's not going to be in it. So,
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, at the current phase, everything is ring fenced. So again, we can't predict what will work.
Councillor Moynihan, how this policy is played out is that those options are on the table. It's like what Mr. Tate just said about that kind of bare minimum. And I think as they're trying to make a point of difference from the previous government's reform platform, which was that basically harmonisation at a really large scale was mandated to happen from the get-go. Everything about this has been about us being able to choose the tools that work for us. Dividends is one example, harmonisation is another example, regional CCO versus standalone CCO, the other examples, and actually up to how we work that through. And I think the tenor of the conversation in the region is that there's quite a few things to work through before a water organisation would get to the decision about how to deal with those price paths. And that's why our advocacy on the 30-year investment plan is actually quite important, because the entity needs to figure out what is the real investment path going to be, not just the politics of 4 different councils trying to fly their flags. I need to go to Councillor Greer first, sorry. Councillor Greer?
Just briefly, is this totally reliant on all of the 3 councils coming on board? Well, I mean, is it 100% supported to go ahead?
Your worship. No, being my view of the work. My view is you don't need all. What it would do is it would, depending on the scale, would possibly need us to get some advice from DIA on this.
You think you've got to think about the principles of what makes a regional CCO work. And so there are certainly some players that it's more relevant or less relevant to the impact on the business. It's pretty, when you look at big councils versus small councils, the impact of a big council is big, but small council is small.
The point is that obviously it's worked on a modelling of 4 councils. If we get back to 2, well, is it going to work?
Or we're going to have to play that as it appears.
So I mean, we're going to have to wait
in a direction.
Wait till next week to see what they decide.
It's all right, Kennedy.
Question is, if we no harmonisation, ring fence the debt, and following on from councillor Greer, that one council pulls out from this process, then we have 3 councils. And how would it be then if Mr. Tate said that in the future we maybe get harmonisation, the ring fencing might disappear? So say Wairoa pulls out and is not there, Hastings and Napier are there with us, and then later on they both realise that they've got a massive debt issue because they've got to put water pipes out into the sea, or they're not allowed to put it out to sea. They then turn around and say, right, we're not going to ring fence because we want Central Hawke's Bay to pay for this. How are they going to do that? Because two against 1, we're in trouble. So what's protecting this council from the bigger councils forcing their infrastructure debt onto us in the future.
So one particular part of that question that would be helpful to answer, because it feels like it's a little bit.
It's quite simple.
It's
If they have debt,
Yeah.
and they suddenly decide that if they have to put a pipe out into the Hawke Bay,
Yeah.
and it's going to cost $10 billion, for example, and they're going to go, oh, we can't afford that, so we're going to get CHB to pay for this. And we're going to get away from this ring fencing and harmonisation because our debt's going to blow out, so we'll use CHB ratepayers to pay for it, or connected people. Then, if there's a vote, so 3 councils, 2 of them, maybe in Hastings, could quite easily run roughshod over this small council. And the vote, how would you protect us from that?
I think there's a whole lot of, there's a whole string of decisions and layers in all of that, going back to the idea that when you've got a regional CCO, you've got a professional board and a professional organisation that is focused on water infrastructure and how to get the most efficient out of that. And I think the other thing is if one council pulls out, the details of what's in our heads of agreement and how we would set up a shareholders agreement in a constitution would have to change. It wouldn't just be trying to plug and play what we've got based on 4 to go 3. So there's steps that would have to play out as my sense.
Basically, what I'm saying is there's no protection because in any constitution, it can be changed and the board of directors can change it. And if Hastings and Napier, for example, they're the big three, they're going to have 40% each, whatever it was, in shares or ownership, they can run roughshod on these 2 smaller councils quite easily.
So councillor, I think that question, that the how to address that belongs in the heads of agreement about how we design the governance and ownership framework and the constitution, and whether that's a reserved matter for the structure of shareholders to decide, or whether that's just a simple majority, because that will play that out. So that's where we can deal with that.
Maybe just a comment, it's already in the heads of agreement on that program.
It is, but I'm still saying we're not being protected.
But we also need opportunities to remain open too, so we can add all sorts of what ifs. What if the government changes next year and they change the rules? What if the local government funding agency changes?
No, but I'm just putting,
Commission changes.
no, I'm just putting one there.
Yeah, it's all of these things. What if?
No, I'm just putting that one, I don't need to hear the others.
Okay, councillor Boone.
We talk about having tools in our toolkit. The thing is that we are missing some vital tools, and I think South Wairarapa in that letter state that they're missing the tools as well. And there must be other small district or small councils that are missing vital tools. I mean, Minister Watts mentions the rates rebate. You know, that's a minuscule amount of money for a small amount of ratepayers. And yeah, I just wondering whether, I mean, for Three Waters, there was a C4LD movement. Is there any way that regionally, well, not regionally, but we can actually elect the South Wairarapas, the Central Hawke's Bay, and actually go as a community to government and say, look, we need help, because this is, you know, affordability, whether we present the $5,000, as it says in the reports, is still unaffordable. You know, I mean, our community, they're not listening to our mayor, who wrote 2 beautiful letters to ministers. Who are they going to listen to? I mean, we've been to our community meetings and they've actually said, this is not, you know, I voted National, but I did not vote for this. This is what we've got, but we're missing tools.
I'm sure there's a question.
No, I mean, how did the C4LD, I didn't agree with C4LD. Let movement start. I want to be the opposite. I want to start a movement that tells government that this is not working for small councils.
So how can we do that?
Yeah, that's my question.
So if it's any consolation, I know that exactly the same situation applies in Bulla, Waitomo, South Wairarapa, Grey District and Westland. It's a little bit different in the rural districts, but Clutha is pretty similar. They're all delivering the same message. Might not be written in the same letter, but the same message is coming.
I know that they're not listening, are they?
Councillor Whitman.
Thank you. Just circling back to Councillor Greer's, so next week is D-Day for the rest of the councils to make a decision. Is there enough time, just so people pull out, councils pull out, is there enough time within the 3rd of September to remodel some of the stuff and get it back to councils so we can, make an informed decision?
That's the take. I don't know about informed decision, but let's talk about what would a what if scenario if next week we have a change of structure.
Yeah, so what's the plan B? So the plan B and plan C will come down to again who's
Yep.
Look, the reality is depending on who the party was would come down to the impact of the impact on the overall entity. So I think let's leave it to when we get to that point, but the reality is that it would be probably a straight off the bat conversation with the minister as well, and our DIA officials to say, please give us some guidance on how best to proceed.
Thank you.
Just following on Councillor Burns' comments around affordability. I had the privilege to go and listen to our finance minister the other day talking to us. And it would have been good for some other councillors probably to go and listen, because one of her comments was that our debt servicing in New Zealand is $16 billion a year and growing. So right now, New Zealand is actually financially stuffed. And I'm not going to blame whichever government did that, but there was a government that did that. And so we've got a lot of people sitting out there saying that it's unaffordable. Everything's unaffordable at the moment because we've got no money. No matter where you look at it, there's no money. So the question is, I want to know, can we go back to our ratepayers and our connected citizens and say to them, yes, we can make it affordable to you, but you're just going to have to put up with more potholes, more bloody broken pipes, the risk of the reservoirs collapsing, and we will push this out for 50 years and our infrastructure and our assets will continue to deteriorate, and that'll make it affordable. Or not, because you won't have any water. Can we do that before this September?
I think that question is related to the next topic, which is about the CapEx program, which is about would the community agree with us changing that investment program and changing the levels of service? And what's the amount of community input we would need in that? Is that fair enough?
Yeah, well, that's the question I want to ask, and it's always been in the back of my mind because.
So should we debate that when we talk about the CapEx program?
Okay.
So, Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just realised the agenda says Wairoa District Council considered this on the 22nd, which was 2 days ago. Do we have is that a typo? What did they?
So they adjourned their meeting, they ran out of time, so they're coming back on.
So it is still.
Yes.
And then I'm going to go to next steps.
Oh, I was just going to say, I'm happy to move the recommendation.
Oh, okay, let's just talk about next steps. So let's just be clear in the paper, the next steps. Well, we know some of the next steps because we've got 2 more papers today. One is about that capital program in the next paper. The second one is about the heads of agreement and the public excluded. Otherwise noted next steps are continuing to receive updates. Next key decision point will be that heads of agreement that's listed, and we will see a draft water service delivery plan in August before being asked to adopt it in late August to be submitted. So there's still a few things to take place in that time. Councillor Annand is the recommendation is that we receive the update, I think. Page. Council receives and notes the local water well update. Councillor Annand will move. Is there a second there? Councillor Taylor. Like to speak, Councillor Annand.
Oh, no, just that it's a great update. Thank you very much. And I concur with Councillor Moynihan about the letters to the ministers. I think we're doing absolutely everything we can to advocate for Central West Bay. And I think I'm hopeful that they will start to listen, which is rather than just pushing it back to us to always have to deal with. But like you say, we have to do the next step, and the next step is to get this update, and then move on to, looking at what our infrastructure program is over the next 10 years and how we can dial that back a bit to make it somewhat more affordable. I think that's what we can do.
Councillor Taylor, do you want anything? Anyone else to speak? All those in favour, please say. Oh, Councillor Margaret.
So just following on from what Richmond said. I think we've got to have a backup plan. I don't think we should be just putting our eggs in one basket. Thinking this is going to get across the line with 4 councils. You know, if Wairoa, and the word is they're out, if they're out and one of the major players decides out, we need a plan pretty quickly.
Anyone else? All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. We will go now to the late paper, which is separate. It's provided separately. Everyone could make sure that they get that.
Will this work?
Big and Mr. Swinburne, welcome. Has everyone got their late paper? Yep.
Morning now. Thank you. So following council's deliberations meeting on local water, well, on the 3rd of July, we are seeking approval for a set of principles to guide a more affordable 10-year water services investment plan, which we will be bringing back to council initially on the 7th of August in a workshop, and then looking for endorsements on the 21st of August. So the paper in front of you covers quite a bit of history of council's water services and the challenges it's faced and how it's responded. And I just think it's important to stress how much work has already been achieved over the past 5 years in this council. Council has not only strengthened its asset management approach, its asset knowledge, and also its in-house expertise. But as you all know, it's invested significantly in drinking water networks and treatment, as well as the wastewater networks, and achieved quite a big step change from where it was, 5+ years ago. In terms of the principles that you see in front of you that will that is guiding our work currently and will guide our work to the 21st of August. We've got 5 principles there for consideration today. First one being drinking water compliance will not be compromised. We see that as top priority. That I think that's the message that the council has given us and is, embedded in the LTP. Wastewater investment will, however, aim to achieve compliance within the proposed national wastewater standards within 10 years. So a second priority compared to drinking water. New network resilience will be deprioritized with a focus on critical assets. And we do have much better knowledge even over the last 12 months than what we had, over the past 5 years. Growth investments will be what I've called a just-in-time approach. So adopting a modular approach to infrastructure development in an incremental way, responding to real and actual levels of growth as opposed to projected levels of growth. And then finally, that fifth principle is addressing historic underinvestment will slow down. So renewal funding, for example, will only partially address the backlog, but acknowledging, going back to my first point, that a lot of good work has already been done by this council, which will enable us to do that. In terms of the financial implications and the modelling, so the current 24-27 plan has a $201 million water services capital program investment. So the proposed plan that we're working on is likely to reduce spending to around $100 million level over the next 10 years. And in the report, there's some indicative figures, but we are still working through those options. As discussed in the last conversation, there are risks. We can't just cut a program from 200 down to 100 million without, there being risks. And so those risks are set out in the paper. In terms of the next steps, we'll come back to you on the 7th of August with more detail about what this looks like. And as discussed in the previous conversation, we will talk to, we're working closely with PwC to make sure that we can model CHBDC's components of our numbers in terms of this new plan. And then we'll be coming back on the 21st of August for endorsement with a view of hitting that 3rd of September deadline for the DIA and the amended water service delivery plan. So that's my summary of the paper. So happy to take any questions. Thank you.
I think it might be helpful to actually kind of chat about each of the principles. That might be a way just to structure some conversation. And because my first question was actually going to be about principle number 1, which says drinking water compliance will not be compromised, which is great as a principle, but actually, are we even compromised now? Because my understanding is that actually our drinking water safety compliance is good. We weren't even mentioned in the national report. Can you talk to me a bit more about that?
Through your worship, correct. Generally speaking, across the board, our drinking water compliance is comparatively good, compared to sort of how the nation is doing. Outside of obviously the project to relocate the Tikakina Road water treatment plant, which is proposed to continue, for the most part, our drinking water treatment plants are compliant. There is within the program some small levels of investment to keep those drinking water treatment plants at that same compliant level. For context, there's minor renewals work, sort of slightly elevated day-to-day operations. There's a lot of components within all of those plants. They all are generally mechanical or electrical in nature. They do not have the longest lifespans, and there's a minimum level of investment needed to keep those plants operating at the current levels.
Any other questions on that one? That one,
That's the one, principle 1 is the one that brings me the most discomfort. But I can't have cake and eat it too. So what I would have loved to have seen that say was drinking water security and resilience for the future.
Can we talk about that on principle 3?
No, because the reservoir upgrade and deferring that really worries me. So I guess how my question is, how are we taking feedback today to actually be able to, is there even an option to be able to include and change things in this?
Sure. So can I pick up the reservoir in principle 3? So let's talk about the compliance with Taumata Arawai drinking water policy so that we know people have got safe water first, and then at principle 3 we'll come up with that one about the reservoir. So we're comfortable with number 1. I'm working from page 10 if that's helpful. That's a logical, I think, bottom line principle for us to have. In saying that, we're already pretty good at that one. Number 2, wastewater discharge investment is minimised. My question on this was, is this going to take longer than 10 years, or are you comfortable that actually the reduced program can be done in 10 years? Because I kind of come into this thinking that we had a 10-year program and maybe we expand it and make it 15 or 20, but your language is quite, actually, we think we can probably still do it in 10, but with a different approach. Can I just test that? Okay.
So through your worship, yes, that is correct. With the fundamental philosophy change around continuing surface water discharges, there are some options that are available to us in technical treatment plant options that could be delivered within the 10-year period. And what is proposed is the driver to do that, to acknowledging our history with wastewater and the fact that we are obviously still operating under Environment Court order. When that order was finalised and the programs that immediately followed it, the delivery window was 2034.
Legria. Oh, you got it? You answered it just then. That's all right.
The wastewater is an interesting one because I know we pushed it to get the water out of the rivers originally and made the comment that it was an actual asset for some people that we could use for irrigation long term, which probably added a considerable amount of money to the whole investment process. So going forward, if we just keep leaving it going into the river as long as we heat our nitrate levels and we can actually meet our consent requirements, are we still looking at this plan to take it out of the rivers, or we could put it just as long as the DAF's working properly and we can put it back in the river? Where are we sitting with this whole plan?
Through your worship. So some of that detail obviously is still to be discussed at the workshop on the 7th and then the endorsement paper on the 21st. Where more detail will be available to come back to you, but the principles within this paper and the numbers, the indicative numbers at the end of this paper are predicated on the fact that the surface water discharges continue. That does not necessarily fully exclude future land discharges. It would, however, change the shape in which those were undertaken. And again, for further context, my thought process there would be that if a member of the community, a private party, wishes to use that water as a resource, we could entertain that. That would need to be worked through, and that would be a very different direction. What's proposed is a different direction than what we had proposed in the original wastewater strategy adopted in 2020.
So just carrying on from that, we've got a couple of issues with Waipawa wastewater treatment plant being in the flood zone. Is there any consideration of moving it in this plan?
So, through you, worship. The plan as proposed in here, and again subject to working through further detail, assumes that we remain on the existing site. We make whatever provision is required to ensure that site is adequately resilient. The change in treatment methodology and the move away from a land discharge does reduce some risk, given what we know currently about what those treatment solutions would look like. Again, large scale vessels, big tanks, really unlikely to be significantly impacted by any low level flooding.
Still an element of uncertainty around that too, right?
Yes.
We're still not quite sure what improvements to the flood protection from regional council are going to look like either. So there's no certainty of investment pathway. I think there is a knowledge of direction, but maybe not certainty.
There's one more question. We talked about one of our other wastewater treatment plants that was going to cost a considerable amount of money per household. What are the opportunities to put that on hold for the next 10 years to 15 to 20 years?
Through your worship. Again, in the proposed plan is a minimised investment approach across all of the 5 wastewater treatment plants that we've.
So consents we've got with one of those ponds.
So minimised investment approach across all of the wastewater treatment plants to meet the new standards within 10 years, but it will have to be a different approach from what we've taken up.
So is our consents for those ponds current, or when do they all come due? Just remind me.
Yes, but it's not exactly relevant to this, and we actually already know that information. Sorry, councillor.
Just getting it out there, mate.
I know it was covered in the previous and it's been covered.
Still getting it out there again.
No, I know. Councillor Taylor and then Councillor Innan.
Yeah, 2 questions. One's come out of that. Is it possible within what we do to still have our long-term goal of getting the wastewater out of the rivers? Can that still be an overarching philosophy? Even if it's not going to happen in the next 10 years, is it possible to still have that overarching philosophy?
Through you, your worship, our approach is to take a modular and incremental approach. So what we're looking at doing in all of these proposals and the plan that we bring back to you on the 7th and the 21st is that everything that we do is a no regret investment. So it can be added on to later without any major
change in direction. We now, what's beneficial, of course, is, and which just been mentioned, is we've got new national standards, which make the whole process simpler. And, once we've got a consent, we've got it for a significant amount of time. So to answer your question, yeah, that incremental approach is the way we're thinking about this.
Your worship, one of the things I was getting at there was that if, as Mrs. Swinburne said, that, if something changed next year, that somebody came forward with something that, and that's our overarching thing, is to get it out of the river, that would be possible to change that mod to. It is possible.
But there are significant costs associated with taking it out of the river. The amount of land required to kind of deal with the
If
level.
something came up, it is possible.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a what if. Councillor Aikens, what if? Sorry, your worship, my second question is, I'm just double checking back on page 10, where you talks about principle 2, changes to wastewater management and treatment plants will result in ongoing discharge of lower quality water. I'm just wanting to check that that would be the same quality as what is going in now, or is it lower than what is going in now? Should that say low instead of lower?
I think there is a potential changing of the wording of that. I don't think it quite covers the intent.
Yeah, so it's not going to get worse. It's get worse. How many hours were in that one?
Through you, worship. So we need to comply with the national wastewater standards. That's what we're aiming at doing, and that's a consistent standard across now.
So that's
It's probably not about lower quality. It's actually ongoing discharge of treated wastewater into rivers for a longer period. It's actually not about. Yeah, there has to be something about improving quality, because we've got to meet some legal requirements.
just wanted to make sure it wasn't going to get worse.
Yeah. Would that make sense if you take the words lower quality out of that sentence?
Through you, Worship, my understanding of the intent of that statement was to draw attention to the fact that the discharges will continue for a period of, for an extended period of time, and through the process of making the necessary upgrades to comply with the standards, the existing discharges, which are for the most part genuinely non-compliant, will continue. Is the intent.
But they won't continue to get worse. They should either continue the same or continue to get better.
Correct, and so the intent is it continues.
So they're only lower.
Just take longer.
So we're going to change that?
Yeah.
This out of this paper and say, this is what council agreed to.
Yeah.
It reads like is that we're agreeing for you guys to ignore any treatment improvements and just let it get worse. That's how it reads. And I don't think that's the intent, your intent either, or else. Yeah. Councillor Annett.
Yes.
Good.
I did.
You remember what it was?
Yeah, my question was around that as well. Do we actually just need to acknowledge that we are accepting that we are going to be non-compliant for longer? Because we are, that's what we're saying here.
Through your worship, I think what
We need to state it.
yes, I believe what we're acknowledging is that the existing performance of the treatment plants will continue until such time as the upgrades can be made. And particularly for our larger treatment plants, the scale of the investment needed means that those upgrades will not be in place for a period of time. What we're suggesting is that by 2034, which means continued discharge of the existing effluent quality. Obviously, we will continue to strive for improvements in that effluent quality, and there will be some incremental improvements made over time, but it will not be the standard that is being has been working through consultation, is going to be released by Taumata Arawai as the wastewater standards. From the day those standards are released, it will be a continued period of the existing quality till such time as we can afford to make those upgrades.
In our risk register there, and it probably needs to go to the risk register meeting as well. do we actually need to label that as the fact that we know, we've talked about this, the fact is we are not going to be compliant, we're not going to necessarily meet what we've been ordered to do, which was the very thing that generated this whole water discussion all those years ago anyway. We're acknowledging now that we could probably, the risk is we could end up back in environment court. And so we need to probably acknowledge that as this table, and so that the people close us also know that it's something we acknowledge, we sought the risk, and we decided that we would keep that in there so that it's not something that will blindside people down the track. Because it also concerns me for a longer period that it says that there's not, like, you know, we put timeframes on things all the time, but we easily can just move them. So for me, that's needs to be highlighted in there. It just feels like it's a bit hidden.
So I think the question is, how do we articulate that compliance risk piece that is in here? Because part of what we need to think about is, what do we endorse as elected members, which is not about you guys, because I know what drives you guys would be not to take on compliance risk. What we are trying to say is that actually we have the opportunity to endorse something that says that we're willing to take the risk. So talk to us about how you see that compliance risk.
If I can start, and then I'll let Mr. Swinburne kind of have perhaps a bit more detail. The intent of the program that we're working on, that we'll be bringing back to you, is that wastewater quality discharge will be into surface water, which we've discussed. It will, there will be a period of time where we're not getting better because it takes time to get to the delivery of those solutions. And those solutions will be incremental in their nature. So the quality of the discharge will get better and better. And the idea is, by the time that we get to the 2034, that we aim to be compliant with the new national wastewater standard. I think that's how I'd articulate the journey.
So it's less about we're ignoring it, we're ignoring the court order. We're actually saying there's a new path, which is new standards and a new approach that we still think will get there by what the court date was 2034.
Yeah, through you, Bishop. Yes, I would agree with that statement, and I think in the background, some of the detail, and it does pick up on Councillor Aiken's point, is that there are other drivers. The court order relates to Waipawa Waipukaro. We have a number of treatment plants that require a revised approach, and we have to manage how we invest in the system across the district, or the systems across the district that serve many of our townships that all have slightly different drivers. Some of those drivers are our consenting timeframes. So that's probably the piece in the background.
Councillor.
Just doing the front page of the newspaper, please, really.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
It's a big departure from where we've been, what we've been talking about, Councillor Byrne, and then I'll come back to you, Councillor.
So the regulator is going to accept. Because I go back to our toolbox thing. I mean, it comes down to what we can afford to do. And we don't have the tools. So I'm just wondering whether they're going to force us to actually lift our game faster than 2034, because that's when the environment court says we need to have it done by. What's the regulator? Or we don't know that.
But through your worship, so we're engaging regularly with our regulator.
Yeah.
And they're acknowledging of our concerns. They obviously have their own perspective on some of the outcomes that they need to see. They have acknowledged that we need some time to work through this process and understand the wastewater standards, and they have granted us that time. Subject to endorsement of a plan, we'll obviously need to go back and engage with the regulator. My perspective would be that they're going to want to be able to evidence that we are making incremental improvement across our district and our wastewater treatment. And again, subject to the detail that will come to you later on in the next steps. My view is that the plan that we have outlined currently and what we're working towards does that.
Please.
There must be hundreds, quite a few wastewater ponds around New Zealand with the same treatment that we use. Are they all not compliant, or are we missing a trick somewhere?
So through your worship, I think in Te Manaroa's consultation around the wastewater standards, they identified that exact issue. And that there are a number of small townships with fairly passive treatment systems with varying levels of performance, and that performance is heavily related to what load is put into that treatment plant and outside factors like the weather at the time. And the standards are aiming to address that and make the pathway for those plants to be compliant clearer.
I was actually going to ask about that too, because what is the, I mean, we contracted a fancy contractor that's an international expert on water treatment. What lens have those international experts put to operating those plants to get us to a better standard? And what are we adopting here that actually would drive that behaviour too? Is there something we can adopt that would help you drive that behaviour from the contractors as well?
So through your worship, yes, I think the issue with particularly the smaller wastewater treatment plants is the passive nature of that treatment. There is limited impact that the operational team can have on the treatment performance. That does definitely differ in our bigger, more complex treatment plants, and we've obviously seen some significant improvement with our operators in driving some of that performance as of late. I think in terms of what happens in the future, there is acknowledging there is still some uncertainty around the small plant standard that is issued in the wastewater, is alluded to within the proposed wastewater standards. Following that clarity, I suspect your question hold more weight in the sense that there will need to be some improvements to those small plants, and we would be expecting that all of our technical expertise internally through consultancies and through our contracting partners collaborate on what the right solutions are and how they need to be operated.
Just to add to that, your worship, with national wastewater standards, will come national standardized solutions and very modular solutions that can be added on that treat various components of wastewater. For example, extracting ammonia, so ammonia is not going into the surface discharge. So there are.
Ammonia is what got us into this.
Yeah.
We know way too much about this, just saying. Councillor Taylor, did you have another question? Sorry, I'm back to you. Okay, I think we need to move on from the wastewater district. Pick up on some of the language, because in that principle, you've got a sentence at the bottom of each of those paragraphs that says this means, trying to turn it into plain language. And I'm just wondering whether on that one, it's more of this means changes to wastewater management and treatment plants will result in ongoing discharge of treated wastewater into rivers for a longer period and to meet new regulations within 10 years. Does that help everybody understand what it is that we're embarking on? And to meet new regulations within 10 years.
In 10 years, yeah.
Work to meet.
Or work to meet.
You've been doing 10 years and we still ain't got.
I think it's helpful if that's plain language, but it is really clear for us in terms of how we articulate that. Okay. Anything else burning on that environmental and wastewater one?
Your worship, is there something around the incremental? Did you mention that incremental improvement? Incremental discharge improvements over time aligned with the national wastewater standards within 10 years, something along that.
Yeah, we could use that word. It does need to talk about improving, that we're not just keeping this as part of it. I'll come back at Doug Wordsmith and come back to it. Right, now I really want to talk about reservoirs, because I know Councillor Annan wants to talk about reservoirs. Can we talk about new network resilience is deprioritised? Change subject. Talk to us about this one.
Yeah, what we're focused on here is the outcome, and you'll see in the paper that there's a hint of, hey, there's a couple of options that we're looking at. Second water supply is one of those options, but it's likely to be second water supply with some modifications. And then the second option, which is touched on in that table, is for investment in the existing renewal of the existing reservoirs. What we're saying is that, so if you go back to the original plan, that's a belt from a resilience perspective, that's a belt and braces approach to providing, water and having multiple options. If something fails, there's a contingency plan. What we're proposing as part of this new plan is that there will just be less contingency in there. Not saying there'll be no contingency, there will be new infrastructure, there will be water storage, but there will just be less operational resilience. And certainly with respect to significant shock events like earthquakes, and major events like that, we can expect there to be some form of emergency response. So it kind of makes sense if you're investing less in infrastructure, then it requires more of an operational response during those major events. But what we try to articulate in the paper is that day to day, the ongoing resilience of providing safe and healthy water to the community is fit for purpose and right sized for this community. That's what we're trying to articulate. It's a very difficult thing to articulate, but that's what we are trying to articulate through the paper.
And it is a little bit connected to growth into the future. Lorraine, did you want to ask your questions about the trade-offs on this?
Well, yeah.
Because it's basically what they're saying is that do we have a plan to replace our 400-year-old reservoirs, or do we progress a second water supply approach, which is a different strategy? And it sounds like there's still some background work to understand how you would trade off between those two things. But it's pretty much saying that don't do both, do one or approach to one.
Yeah, I just, we went through a lot of work to get to this point of where we went with that decision, and we all backed it numerous times around this table, and then it's a big thing to step away from. For me personally, I'm not sure how everybody else feels, but it's quite confronting. And I guess where I'm struggling is in each of the principles. It's not really like I love that there's that written thing there that said, brings it into layman's terms and helps us easier to understand it, but it doesn't actually be what that's missing is actually the massive risks that are with every one of these principles. And so
we'll come back to the risk topic, I think, as well, because there is risk across. I wonder whether there's a bit about growth in future in this one, because my question on this topic was actually, could we approach a second water supply project as a regional infrastructure fund connected to growth, housing growth, district growth, industrial growth kind of project, instead of labelling it as a resilience project? Because if I look at what they've done with their water storage project in the industrial area in Carterton, for instance, we're actually about the secure storage of water for the growth of the rest of the oil industry. So I just wonder whether we've been looking at it through a particular set of glasses that we could maybe look at it in a slightly different way. And that might help in that kind of trade-off space.
We'd have to. I can probably comment a little bit to that. So through you, Bishop. Yes, I agree. At the second water supply project in the current context has been viewed as it does do some growth enablement, but primarily as a resilience project. The question that we would have and that we would seek direction on at a later date would be, if we were to consider it in that manner, when would we have confidence, or when would we expect that to be programmed? Because it would affect the technical delivery of the reservoir replacement, assuming council made the decision to do that and then tag the second supplier's growth project to be completed at a later. That's the growth to Mr. Coombe's modular approach and a just-in-time basis.
That's fair pushback. It is, because it would be, when would we be able to do it, and then how would you program around it?
Would significantly impact the reservoir replacement project.
So
Could I just test the language around significant risk? I don't feel comfortable with that language around thinking that we're going to take significant risk. I think we are in the plan, there will be new infrastructure. That new infrastructure will be using modern design principles, modern technology, polyethylene pipes that are really robust in earthquakes. We've been living with this risk for decades. So we're not talking about going backwards here. We're talking about quite a significant lift in resilience, but we're just not talking about the level of resilience that we'd embedded in the original plan. I think it's important to get this right because I personally don't see it as major risk. I see it as a reduction in the level of resilience, level of service, and that's different.
Did you? No, did you? That's my judge.
Yeah, we've got to look at these options and when we drill down into reservoir replacement versus second supply, can we have a fair bit of information on this decision? Like, I think even drilling down to as far as, what size reservoir do we need to meet average demand, that sort of thing. And whether the reservoirs where they have to be placed, whether they can be placed next, if they're small enough next to the existing ones, so the existing ones can still be utilised, that sort of thing. Because it's a huge decision, this, so there's need to be fed all that information.
Through you, Your Worship, we will bring full transparency over all aspects of level of service with respect to the options that we bring to the table, so you can see every aspect, not just around storage, pressure in the system sufficient for growth and flows and on all of the, all of that.
And costings.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think in terms of the decision around the choice of what way to go, I think what we're saying today is that we recognise that this level of resilience we've been shooting for, we have to adjust our sites. And we luckily do have options. And so that's a good thing. But what we're doing today is actually giving these both permission to go, well, we've been shooting for this, the top of this mountain. Actually, we're okay if we get to here in this coming period, and we need to evaluate which we take.
And through you, Your Worship, just to add on to what we said around wastewater, everything we propose will be a no regrets investment. So 20, 30 years down the line, you can still add on those components.
Okay, so Anand?
Thing that I really would like you to consider, this is it's quite confronting doing this in this public forum. Normally we would have a workshop about this sort of stuff, so we can socialise, and so my brain is just at the moment, so I apologise if I'm not being articulate, but please consider the reputational risk as well, because at the end of the day, we have actually gone to our community and we actually do have this massive big helicopter pad sitting up there on a hill that people know about. So, please, if we can consider all of that, because if we have to go back to our community and say, well, actually, we didn't have a crystal ball. We didn't know that this was going to have this sort of stuff and these challenges we're facing now was ever going to happen. We planned on the best information we had back then, but now things have changed. We really need to know what it is we're going out to them and saying and recognising and abandoning, really. And we have to have it
Just in response to that, Your Worship, when we bring the advice back to you on the 7th in the workshop on the 21st, we will take into account some cost, what's already been invested in to make sure that we're putting forward the best optimised decision for council.
And just also, and I think you will do that, just the time period. So when we're looking at both options, time period to get one system reliable, you get me? Okay, we'll go down this end, but that'll be 5 years. Oh, hold on, we could do this in 3, and then that could be a backup. I was just thinking, in my thinking, over here, but it'll be quicker, it might be hard.
That's a really good thought, really good question, Councillor Moynihan. Through you, Your Worship, I think there could be some interesting trade-offs in the conversation on the 7th of August, where you might be able to have one thing go faster, go very predictive, But the best option might be to go down the route that takes a little bit longer. I don't know where it's going to land, but it may end up in that kind of discussion.
But I think what we're hearing at the table today is the level of understanding of the benefits and the risks that sit with this kind of work, and that we're really intimately live to, because we've been so heavily involved in it. So I think what we're heading towards is a really well-informed strategic decision. So that's really good. Councillor Taylor.
I just wanted to add to that through you, your worship, that just because the reservoirs are 100 years old doesn't mean they're actually not working. So I'd just like to ask for that kind of information to be included as well. What's the OPEX on those at the moment, and as well as the risk that something could happen to them, but what are they actually like?
Someone over here, Gerard, did Councillor Moynihan, did you go? It's gone. Now I'm losing track. We're going around. Councillor Whitman.
I think your worship, with any direction we go in, we have the ability to adapt and maybe go in another direction. Going back to Councillor Monahan's question.
Yeah, through you, worship. We will bring to the table a plan that can incrementally be added to over time.
It's the modular
Approach in terms of not just modular from an engineering perspective, but actually modular from an investment perspective. And also put council in a position where there are what I call no regret decisions, no regret moves. So everything we do is heading in the right direction towards the outcomes that this community needs for water supply and wastewater.
Oh, sorry, Councillor.
Just one other thing too, if you could bring back, does the Waipac, if we went down the path of second supply, does the Waipac ball field become a stranded asset? What happens to that? Does it need to work all the time to be efficient, or can it be mothballed for a certain period on those sort of things as well?
We will, through you, your worship, I'll let you, we'll bring a whole of system perspective to the table when we bring that.
Big paper.
Okay.
Very detailed.
It's true, Councillor.
Your headache already.
But keeping it at the level of the strategic calls that we need to make on behalf of community, which is not about us trying to be water engineers, just saying, this is about how we guide the right decision for our community and the trade-offs that these guys are having to make. So yeah, we do know a lot about it. So I just want to come back to this principle also starts using the language about critical assets, which comes up a bit later. So this is about not trying to make everything resilient. It's about focusing on the things that are critical, and we have been talking about that. And the translation of this principle is this means that connected households may expect to be inconvenienced more often through unplanned shutdowns or a greater risk to service delivery from network failures. That's quite a strong statement, but it is the real, the critical assets we're talking about in terms of particularly reservoir failure. If that does happen, it is a big impact, but it's not necessarily going to be an impact on a daily basis. It is maybe a bigger, if there's a major emergency rather than a daily basis risk, and I'd kind of like to understand the difference.
So through your worship, there is absolutely a crossover with principle 5, I think, noted in this principle. And it comes back to when we consider our systems as a whole. You may recall in a recent workshop where we talked specifically about infrastructure growth, when we itimised our systems into very distinct components. For water, that was source, treatment, storage, and reticulation. And particularly focusing on reticulation, that's where what we are suggesting is that customers can expect to see frequent interruption based on non-critical pipe failures. So again, for context, non-critical pipes being the pipe that supplies your street, not necessarily the trunk main that supplies your, no, that we don't necessarily have suburbs, but
your large catchment area. Asset management approach has really matured over the last 12 months, where we have a much greater understanding, and we have some frameworks around what assets are critical and what assets are least critical. And what we're suggesting here is that that asset management approach would naturally focus the investment that is available on critical assets, at the trade-off that non-critical assets are deprioritized, and that that almost certainly will result in customers having more frequent service interruptions.
On a basis, no regrets, that actually in the renewal space, we have done some critical stuff, which is actually helping to reduce that risk, but we're actually saying we're going to carry it for a bit longer in some areas. Any other questions on this one? We'll move on. Let's just talk about growth at the time. My question to this was, what does this actually mean? Have you got an example of what just-in-time growth servicing means? From what our things we're currently doing.
So, through you, Worship. So some pertinent examples, this would be both water storage and wastewater treatment, where the systems that are being designed are modular. From a water perspective, that might look like 2 slightly smaller reservoirs versus 1 really big reservoir, enabling us to build one in the first instance and build the second one as it's required, or probably more likely in the wastewater treatment space, where we build a system like DAFs or MBBRs that consist actually of multiple modules. So 2 DAFs, it might be 3 MBBRs, and we would obviously again build the initial ones. As the growth actually started to occur and the existing module started to reach its limit of capacity, we would then make the investment into a second or third. So that's what we're talking about here, is around, again, using the predicted growth numbers as our guide, but actually buying ourselves time or giving ourselves time to understand what growth is actually occurring.
So it's kind of like the approach we've taken in the Waikato South Growth Precinct, which is we know what the overall plan is, but activity at the southern end is happening. So the just-in-time no regrets is that we do the stormwater enabling there first, because we know that the growth activity is going to happen there first.
Kind of I'd never tell you were wrong.
Not the same. It's more more about the treatment.
Yeah, it's treatment, Your Worship. But there's a really good example in terms of drinking water networks where we phase 1 might be build XYZ reservoirs, whatever. Phase 2 in 10 years could be actually we've got more growth on the far end of town, pressure's dropping below the standard, we need a booster pump station, and we might need a larger pipe, which is part of our renewal of our critical assets anyway. So that would be a really good example of, we know pressure's going to drop over time as we get more houses. So in year 10, we add in a booster pump station and renew a large pipe and make it bigger. That's a really good example in the network. In the treatment side, it's a kind of modular add-on. It's almost like adding on another bedroom as your family gets bigger.
Yeah.
Rather than building a house that's 300 square meters from day one.
My question around this was how, through the Smart Growth Review, we had some quite interesting feedback at the night we had a copper pot from some of the planners or around how developer contributions can be, I guess, used and put towards unlocking growth. So is that a part of the consideration for this as well? You know, say you've got a 50 lot going, that to be signed off, and they're all paying 30, you know, it's going to pay us $30,000 in contributions, developer contributions for each section and that sort of stuff. So do those developers then also then get to go, well, this is in the time of the development, this is when it needs to unlock the growth, that they get to actually have an option to be able to steer those developer contributions and to be able to unlock, not only just for the benefit of them, but also for the wider network?
Through Your Worship, I think there are some examples where developers are coming forward with
elements of public infrastructure that need to be invested in. They're willing to, as well as the development contributions, they're willing to invest in that because it makes their development viable. Do you want to add something?
Through your worship, I think it's important to note that the development contributions relate directly to the projects that are listed within the plan. So they're not necessarily able to be, sorry, I'm trying to recall the words that you used, but they're not able to be directed to specific projects that unlock that specific development. Those contributions are there for the purposes of funding the growth component of the projects that are already listed in the plan.
Maybe just through you, there's probably an important implication as we work through the program. How we then bring that forward through DC policies, but like financial strategy. So there's trade waste, you know, there's more, there's flow on implications from the work that you will be seeing in a work program for later next year.
Okay, we need to keep moving. We're comfortable on that just in time growth one. That makes sense. And then finally, addressing historic underinvestment is slowed. And I just, before we even talk about this, just want to recognise that, have you considered that actually that 2021 to 2031 LTP, actually the strategy behind it was a short-term bubble of catch-up. It wasn't necessarily adoption of a catch-up strategy forever. Have you used that thinking in how you've approached this? Because we've actually achieved quite a bit of what we needed to achieve in terms of leak reduction and critical renewals. Is that part of the thinking of how you put this together?
So yeah, as we've strengthened our asset management approach quite a bit over the last 12 months, and we've done a lot of good asset management work in council over the last 5 years. So we'd just be looking to kind of improve our knowledge, improve our condition. Where we get access to these when they fail, we get an insight on condition. That just gives us more and more information. We home in on critical assets, which we know are the most important assets. So I guess we get a better picture over time, and subject to the outcome of the entity and whatever that looks like, that's certainly the path that they would follow. They would develop a more sophisticated asset management approach. Predictive modelling is where the industry is moving to, is being able to predict when and how many failures you're going to get over the next 5 years, and then homing in on those renewals, particularly the critical renewals.
If I could add, thank you, Mr. Campbell, through your worship. The work that was done back in 2020 as part of 2021 LTP identified that renewals backlog. Sorry, I cannot recall if it considered criticality, but what I do know from our most recent work is that the confidence we had in the criticalities, the asset by asset criticality scores we had listed in our asset management system was relatively low in any case. That renewals backlog and that program in 2021 was a short-term bump, but my understanding was that bump was over a 10-year period with a phased investment to move from debt to rate funding. That backlog does still exist. But to pick on Mr. Kinberg's comments, what we now have better knowledge of is that we target the investment into the critical assets. Again, coming back to principle 3, what we are identifying is that we do still have the backlog. We haven't fully caught up. We've made good progress. And we are now targeting more specifically where the investment provides the most value, the critical assets. The trade-off being non-critical assets are still old, and they are still prone to failure, and they're still likely to fail at some points. And we're acknowledging that that will have short-term impacts, and that will most likely be repairing those assets rather than replacing them.
Questions on this one?
If I can,
It's well described.
if I can just add to that, something I meant to say before, it's just reminded me, Your Worship, is that the lower critical assets, they can be repaired quicker. It's the critical assets that take time. When critical assets fail, it's a major problem for operational teams. But those 100 mil diameter pipes that go down your road, they can be repaired in 2 or 3 hours. So we're not talking about, if we think about the outcome of service delivery, that's what's important here. And I think when we bring the paper back on 7th of August, I think we'll focus on the outcomes as well as the detail, because I think that's what matters at the end of the day. What does it mean for the customer?
Thank you. Is this going to materially change direction? You answer after as well. I'm saying.
No, that's fine.
Right, next, so there's an indicative program talked about in here, that based on how they've put the team have put the principles forward and how we've workshopped it. There is a program that is, goes from what was projected as 201 million down to somewhere between 89 and 107, depending on how some of these critical strategic decisions land. That's where we'll go at the next meeting. And there is a particular piece in here too, which is what is the criticality of investment for this current calendar year, which will then actually direct where investment happens this year, which then has a direct flow on effect into what the rating impact is going into next year. Okay. So that's in there. And then the other thing is, no, that's why I'm not going to ask a question. Anyone else got a question about those next steps? You guys got some clarity. Doug's done a bit of wordsmithing around how the feedback has come on those principles. Very comfortable with that. Councillor Muggeridge. Councillor Muggeridge is going to move the recommendations. Fabulous.
Second.
And Councillor Muggeridge and Councillor Annand. So we approve the principles set out in this report for revising the water services program from those outlined in the 3-year plan. We acknowledge the risks associated with these principles proposed. And we further direct the Chief Executive to develop a revised water services program for approval at 21st of August, Finance, Infrastructure and Performance Committee meeting. That covers.
No, you have a workshop.
What we need. And a workshop on 7th. Milton seconded. Edith, would you like to speak?
And I think just if we could have consideration for the communications that we would need to have with our community.
Yeah. Anyone else like to speak? So one of the things for me on this approach that's important is actually not about remodeling everything that is in the regional plan, because we know we actually need $201 million worth of investment to set this community up for success. We actually know that. And how this has come together, even though there's a bit of frustration that maybe we haven't got the 30-year plan and we've got looking to maybe downgrade our aspirations, the whole 201 million is still going to sit in the water services delivery plan that goes to government. That's what we need. But what we're doing is providing a pragmatic option that's an addendum to that, which is how we could make our contribution to how do we better manage risk and better manage the affordability for our communities. So this is not a complete swap in and out. Actually, what we're doing is, I think, has turned out to be astute, even if we didn't intend for it to be like that. The whole program's in the plan. The addendum for us to create some better outcomes for affordability are with it to show that we're willing to step up and do what's required for us as well. So I actually think we're headed in a good direction on this. And it's frustrating to think that we are having to trade off some of those aspirations, but we have to be pragmatic, and the affordability constraints are significant for us. And so this is, we've got to a strong place. Councillor Moynihan.
Just for that too, I concur. I think this is very important. I think Councillor Muggeridge really wanted this done. And so we're now looking at all this. So I think it's prudent and responsible to evaluate a second capital program. I think it's really important. I think we should explore all alternatives, ensure that we have a full understanding of the pros and cons of each pathway. And I think that's really important. And I think it's about doing the due diligence that our community deserves and probably would want. So, and that's again about that affordability. So.
Anyone else? Councillor Muggeridge.
I didn't realise everyone was going to say.
You reserved your right to speak till the end.
Yeah.
That's what you did. No one else can speak after you now, okay?
Cool. I think we've listened to, we've gone out and consulted over the what is done well, and the feedback from the community that we've got to pull back the program and reduce the forecast rates for the future. this is doing it, and this may be our last chance if we'll join a CCO in 3 years' time. We've got 3 years' time to set us up for what's going forward. Reduce the costs now, and when they take this, they may see what our desires are, but you know, the budget way out is what they're doing to try and look after our rate pay.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you both. And actually, thank you for the way that we've spent the last few months working to try and do this, which is local government is criticised for being unable to move, but Central Hawke's Bay District Council is able to move, and I want to thank you for the way that you've done that. We really appreciate it. Right. So we have Okay. So what I'm going
Community
to do is, do we need to explain this motion? Or maybe suspend it? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What we'll do is, we have another committee meeting, we have, the Otani Community Plan team coming in to, be part of that committee meeting. So what I'm gonna do is, just I'll explain, is that we're going to, the next item for council to consider is public excluded, which is the heads of agreement on local Waterton Well. And we've got a chief executive performance plan to approve. Both of those things need to happen public excluded. So I will take the resolution to exclude the public, but we will then suspend this meeting and come back to it later in the day once we've got through that committee business, okay? So is that clear? When we come back into the council meeting, it will be in a public excluded forum for us to continue. What's that? Clear as mud. I'm just trying to get the order of events so everyone's clear how this is going to work. So on those two items, we have a resolution to exclude the public. And I have a mover and second.
I'll move.
For that. Thank you, councillor Greer and councillor Taylor. Would you like to speak? All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. So what this means to those that are following on the YouTube channel online is that when council as a whole body reconvenes later today, it will be public excluded for those two items we've talked about. But the live stream and public meeting of the strategy, growth and community committee will commence shortly. And that will be public and live streamed. So thank you for joining us.
Hey, so welcome everybody to the Strategy Growth and Community Committee meeting this morning. We've had a extraordinary council meeting, so we've already done public hearing this morning. We apologies. So apologies. Have anybody moved? Oh, yeah, and someone secondly, please. Councillor any declarations of conflict of interest? Standing orders. Standing orders. And confirmation of minutes. Has anybody got any questions over the minutes from the meeting? 22nd of May 2025. Councillor Moynihan, willing to move? I'm willing to. So we're on the resolution one. Right.
Thank you. So, look, just the three items, just probably noting that the top one, the headstone determination cemeteries policy review, we're just working that thing through the team.
Thank you, Councillor Greer. In favour? Thank you. I think I should let everybody know this is my first opportunity at GS, so we are just learning as we're going, although I should have had years able. Okay, now this is quite exciting. The adoption of the Ultani Community Plan. And we've got Renata here. Thank you.
Councillors, so we're here today to consider the adoption of the Ultani Community Plan. It's my pleasure to welcome most of the members of the working group that was formed who've been on this journey throughout. It's quite a long journey, interrupted by cyclone. So welcome to chambers today. They're going to share a bit of their journey, present the plan and share some of the aspirations for the Ultani community. I could maybe just get you to just quickly introduce yourselves and then we'll.
I'm Vera Smith and I've lived in Otani for 53 years and feel passionate about it.
I'm Matt Oliver. My daughters are 7th generation living in Otani Village. And we are very, very proud and staunch Otanians.
Kia ora koutou, I'm Donna Rapana. Haven't been there as long as Vera, but 37 years I'm calling Otani home.
Kia ora koutou, I'm Rebecca Baker. Yes, come from a family that is a very proud and staunch Otani family.
Kia ora everyone, I'm Pam Cooper and I've lived there, I'm going to tell you how many years, a little while. But yeah, we're very staunch with our Otani and yeah, it's been amazing to be through this journey with the rest of the whānau and with Chris at the helm. Thank you, Chris. Kia ora.
Would you like to present the plan to us? We've all actually had it in our agenda. It's fabulous to see that some of the actions, the quick wins we've already achieved. And I was at the hall the other day and I saw that the kitchen's being renovated and the emergency hub is well underway. So would like to. Well, I've got any questions that you could.
Yeah, I think this is a great plan, and one of the things that's happened recently is the whare is now moved up by the hall, and as we speak, there are guys in Otani working on it. They're putting a landing out and ramp around it and steps up to it, and then, so very soon we'll have our own museum there.
Yeah, I just want to, I suppose from this perspective of all of us here, that I felt that the whole process was very well organised and constructed through Christine. And we all had a good opportunity to be heard. We were listened to, and I think everything that's in this plan here is a real, it signifies all of our voices. You know, the future, the past, the present, it's all in here. And it's just very exciting that we've had this opportunity to be a part of that journey, and to have all our different perspectives kind of embraced, really. And it has taken some time, but I don't think that's a bad thing.
No.
You know, we were able to really pay attention to it, really discuss all the options and things that were important to our community and to our village, and it's really future-proof the path forward, really. So really appreciate that. It's been great.
So I was at the first meeting back in 2022, and when everybody stood along the wall, some had been there 3 months, some had been there 81 years. It's yeah, to think now that the person that had been there 3 months hopefully still there and has been there 3 years. Yeah, and it's a part to play in generating the plans. Pretty exciting things. It's been community led and community driven, which is exciting, and that's what we're here to do, to empower. Where we can read and we have a part to play, like this. Anyone got any questions?
Kia ora koutou. Oh, this is so cool. And I love the weaving of whakapapa and history right through it and through into future aspirations. It's awesome as well. What's the engine room for you guys in terms of driving this, making things happen, advocating back to us now around making sure we're paying attention to the bits that council needs to do? Are you going to use an existing committee or Progressive Otani or the hall, or have you got a different group? How are you going to have a continued engine of leadership around this in the village?
Good question.
Yeah, I think I went to the AGM of the hall committee. So they're actually pretty proactive at the moment with trying to get needs met that community have actually identified, and also with Progressive Otani with some of their outcomes as well. So I could see both groups working together to actually work on this and make sure that some of those outcomes are met. We've got a really evolving community. A lot of people are moving into Otani, and we have the Nikki Homes with their opening coming up shortly, which will bring a lot of our people back to our community as well. So we're really looking forward to that.
And
I just wanted to acknowledge, I don't think we've ever done that publicly around the footpaths. Yeah, like that we were broken, but probably not as much as it was heartbreaking for you guys after you have advocated for so long in that area. So I just wanted to first acknowledge that letdown. From players bigger than us. It certainly wouldn't have been our first choice to have had that happen, but also to acknowledge that that you guys are still in this process, and just us to be in this process. Thank you, because that could have really pushed you guys as a community to be like, oh, there's council, they don't do anything, they promise stuff and don't deliver. And so thank you for still engaging in the process and trusting us. And I just hope that through this plan and our advocacy that we can be valuable partners with you in the delivery of this. But you guys are going to be the ones that will really, really drive it because of your strong views and your advocacy. And I just love even reflect on back to those spatial plan times as well, and those meetings that we had there, and just that really strong identity that Otani had. And but then you were just in that emerging stage of actually really welcome other people outside of your own whānau and people that have been there for a long time into your community, and just how welcoming you were of that prospect. But you also wanted to maintain your foundations and I guess your mana within the community. And I think this plan really reflects that. And I'm really hopeful that you will be able to do that, and you'll be able to pass that on to the next generation, to the 8th generation. So that's even more. Yeah. So I just, thank you for sticking in there. And it's been a long time too. So you absolutely deserve everyone's success.
Yes, thank you. No, I think it's really well done. This tongue in cheek, what say is you'll modernise the hall, maybe the rugby club rooms, because Councillor Muggeridge said Otani is one of the best rugby teams.
Yeah. We agree with that. We agree.
Now, but one good thing about this though, I see that you're trying to hope to reduce the speed from State Highway Way into Otani. So I hope NZTA will be on board with that because they can be a little bit tricky. We can get that done. So I think that's a very good idea. And the speed and as you go off the turn off into Otani, there's still quite a lot of speed problems with people going.
They go too fast.
Yeah. So if we could.
The White Road as well is it's a high risk road as well, because it's such a long straight that you come down and no one even looks at the signs, and they only ever start slowing down once they hit the school corner. That's the only time they start slowing down, because they know they're coming to a obviously.
You actually need one of those speed things there, don't you?
Yeah.
Really, on White Road.
And because there's obviously only houses to the left, country to the right, they just don't.
They experience that out of my family.
That's so true.
It's fantastic now that we've got the plan in place. We've got spirits for people, which is we always thought now that we've worked on it on my power, we can take it out. So that's
Just a question, it talks about our past, present and future, but our timing. Did many of our kaumātua add into the conversation in regards to this? It's beautiful, beautiful. As an ex-Otani person, well, not ex, as an Otani person.
Monkey, I'm gonna say.
Let me start that again. Hold on here. As a Otani person, I'm learning more about, our whakapapa, our awa, our maungu. Really, I'm glad I've got this now that I can show my whānau. I'd be proud of, but getting back to the question, any of our to add to that? It's beautiful. It was just from the reference in the bottom there.
Yeah, they were involved, but part of the plan, and we've had the kōrero quite often, is there's a few key members of Otani community that are still alive, and unfortunately we lost a vital cog that. But we are going to get together and actually really hone in on their experiences in their past, knowledge about the community, because there's some real gold nuggets there. Like just on a personal level, my great uncle Bob, he's 85. And he is just a super brain, but he was, literally born in the village, hasn't left the village. And his memory and his, just with names and
amazing.
The stories are unbelievable. So much so that we even talked about if we kind of nearly need to find some funding to get someone professional to capture those memories and those stories, because they are quite significant.
I can do that through the library.
Yeah,
I can-
yeah, we actually just, as a group, we need to do that, because once that's gone, that's gone.
And it keeps the history of that sort of past, present, future.
The detail in his stories are unbelievable. Yeah.
And a lot of our Māori community actually lived out at Tukura and moved into Otani when, you know, there was services and you know, shopping and that sort of stuff. So it's kind of like two different kind of stories. So what Maddie's talking about is like the start of all of those. Yeah. All of those relations, I suppose.
Kia ora te whānau. Beautiful puka puka here to read through. It's been neat to actually see the growth and development of the whānau. My question is, what is the returned investment to the hapu? On any scale.
Yeah.
So yeah, at least three of you there whakapapa through all of these prominent anonymous ancestors.
Yeah.
Atu Apiti, Hikawera, Tākaha, Wakai Hikuroa. What is the return investment to the hapu?
Just in regards to like we have realized that we have lost a lot of our kōrero for our hapu, and we are our marae are doing a lot of research around our ancestry, and we're bringing it back to wānanga. And just in a few months, we've actually got our carvings up on our marae out at Tukura, out at Te Patoi Apiti. So we're having to make sure that we're trying to bring all of our young people back into the marae embrace, if you want to call it that. There is an issue though that most of ours, and even our whānau, tend to go towards the hall to gather. So we've got to look at some of those sort of dynamics and just assess what we're going to do. There's some really big conversations we need to have with our young ones. We've got the whānau going to Kowaka. We've got the whānau tapping into some of our whānau from Purongaho, some of our whānau from Takapo to kind of help us assess what that looks like. Because in terms of kaumātua, like we're it, we're getting to be it, which is a little bit scary. Yeah, but we're developing along that. So a lot of rebuilding, I think. Yeah. Thank you.
Not having that knowledge, like it's that knowledge that was lost and trying to rebuild that back up again. There is quite a few of us that have started to go to a lot of Kirawaka wānangas, and just the most recent one that was held at EIT as well. But just getting that knowledge back and how to run it at the marae is what we're trying to do.
Yeah. I think just, remember to hold on to that sovereignty. Our tino rangatiratanga. That grows and grows of diverse people. We don't want to lose who we are as tangata whenua.
I think we used the story of our lakes when they were kind of drained, and it took off, like,
yeah, all of them.
For the start. Sorry.
Yeah, congratulations on this. I think it looks great. See Presti's hut lives on. And I might maybe slightly flipped it, but I will help with the white road reduction and speed.
Personal commitment.
Put your cruise control on.
Well done.
Okay, well, the next step to get this actually working and moving along is to adopt it. So there's a recommendation here that the Strategy Growth and Community Committee adopts the Otani Community Plan. Do I have a mover?
But before I say that, I think Councillor Exon should do it after his little he may move it.
If you like to move.
I'll second.
And you'll second it, Councillor Wyman. Would you like to speak?
I think just want to acknowledge the working group. There's a lot of work over how many years? 5 years, is it? Or 5 years? So congratulations and staying the course, because we've probably all sat on boards before where we'd interrupted and people just go and do different things. Want to acknowledge Christine for the work that you guys have done as council to prepare this. And Matt said it pretty beautiful. It's a nice collaboration between two, and again, as an Otani person, it's great to see something like this that we can now touch, feel, and yeah, you can feel it. So yeah.
I'll just I'm cool with all that and just add, I think this plan stands as a testament to the power of the vision and local leadership in the community, with 6 clear priorities and actionable goals. I think that's the roadmap for success and progression. As the old saying goes, with feathers, the bird will fly.
Anybody? Sorry, yeah.
One of the reasons we do this process is because we want to open the community holding us to account. And actually that structure that you guys have got and a really clear understanding of your place and what you want to achieve. Which is not about us deciding, it's not about us leading, it's about you guys. And I just urge you to continue to don't wait for council. Don't wait for council to do anything for you. Actually hold council to account on the things that are in that plan that have got CHBDC written next to them. Keep ringing. And come and be the first ones through the door to submit on the annual plans and the budgets and say, this is what we need, council, from you. This is your responsibility. And also keep your eyes open to the things that actually you would prefer to do yourselves, because actually there are things that that could be done in a local way that currently sit within council services. Keep looking for that. Is there someone who could be mowing the lawns at a local level? Are there other ways that things could be done in your community that actually you guys want to hang on to and do? So keep your eyes to that too. You guys are your Otani community, and don't wait for anyone else, and be unapologetic at pushing others around you to go with you, including the people in this building and at this table. And that's success for us when you guys are standing up and holding us to account. So kia kaha. And we can't wait to see where Otani goes in the coming years. Kia ora.
I like that. I'm one of the new residents of Otani, and just wanted to say I spent the first month feeling like I was staying in an Airbnb, wandering around a village I didn't know. And I now know that I'm feeling more like a local because I don't have to read the black history signs anymore. Every time I saw a new one, I'd stop. And when you see people stop and read them, you know they're a visitor. So now I can walk past and go, I've read that one. But they are, it has been extremely welcoming. And a lot of the messages that are in here, the Otani School is represented, the sports club, Otani Progressive, the whole committee. It's a real community effort in here, and forward to being part of it in the future.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just congratulate you also, but this is the great thing about Central Hawke's Bay. We have these small communities like Otani, Thiko, Tonga, Takapau, and they've all got their own character, and you've proven this in your your plan. I congratulate you for that. And yeah, and the history of each village or community is amazing, and well done. But tongue in cheek, I'd say we need to teach a few Otani people how to turn left and not here. When we come out in the main. Highway. Bring this to Central Hawke's Bay.
Nice.
Any further comments?
That's where I feel we get the overflow, you know, it growing so much is because it's coming from the right.
Yes.
Great. Okay, we've got a mover and a seconder. All in favour?
Aye.
I would actually ask you all if you'd like to stay, because the next item on the agenda is actually something that can help you activate, possibly activate some of the plans, so as long as it's passed. Oh, but actually, yeah, maybe.
Stay on camera if you want.
On the side.
You gonna drop this down at the information centre?
Sorry? Oh,
Yeah, that's pretty close.
Christmas.
Especially all our fun.
But it was clear.
Donji.
There's money right over it. That's the plan.
Okay, the next item. The next item we have is the Community Partnership and Activation Fund. So we have Ms. Boutsfield and Mrs. Brenner again.
Good morning to the chair and to the committee. So this report is for the committee to adopt the terms of the community partnership activation. So the purpose and recommendations are that firstly, the committee adopts the terms of the fund and that the ongoing annual terms are included in the community funding policy. I'd also like to acknowledge Mrs. Renata, who's here presenting the report with me, and the work that's been put into in developing the terms that are attached to this report. So I'll walk you through a summarised version of the report. The background simply sets out the information on how the first year of the fund exists by way of the Better Off funding that council received as part of the package put in place by the then government in 2023 that was supporting the local government sector to move through Three Waters reform. Over time, council has had the ability to allocate that Better Off funding from central government into different packages that meet the terms of the criteria set by the Department of Internal Affairs. More recently, in March of 2024, the council table resolved to allocate that Better Off funding into three different objective packages. Number one was reducing the burden on the ratepayer. Number two was the tangible community activation projects. And number three was to maintain levels of service. And part of that March 2024 decision made by council was to allocate a sum total of 740,000 to meet objective 2, which was the community activation projects. And part of that 740 is what we're talking about today, is 150,000 from that central government funding, specifically decided to put into a community partnership activation fund. So in the discussion section of the report, it sets out the scope of the fund and that it will be a contestable fund that community can apply to
with the idea that it will activate community projects, and in particular, the actions that you've just seen at the table this morning, community plans like Otani, where they can apply to the fund to receive funding to projects. It also has scope there as well, community groups to apply for seed funding if they were looking for co-funding opportunities. The funding round and application process, we're proposing that the funding round opens from August, in mid-August, and will be open through until November. We're hoping to do a big push in terms of being able to allocate most of the funding then, but if we are in a position where there's some unallocated funding, we're planning to do a second round by the end of this financial year. And we're also proposing that when the initial 150,000 of external funding has been received to projects, that the fund will continue annually funded through an operational budget, obviously at a much lesser amount. The appointment of the panel is noted in here, and I just want to acknowledge that because of the timing of the application process and when the panel would need to meet, it's made it difficult to appoint elected members or roles of elected members, given that the election and what happens after that, it's quite unknown at this point in time. The paper has attached the actual terms themselves, which the applicants will be able to read in terms of what can be funded, what cannot be funded. The options are set out in the paper in terms of adopting it or not, and what might be required to do if there was any different direction given from the committee. There are a couple of risks noted in the paper as well, and in particular, the one that applies to this, the officers are aware of and mitigating across both, is that we are seeing at an officer level an increasing risk if we're not spending the Better Off money relatively quickly. We have been told previously by Crown Infrastructure Partners and DIA that we should be considering redirecting that back into Three Waters infrastructure projects. So our intent is to get on with it relatively quickly and get the money into community projects as quick as we can. The next steps here are for Mrs. Renata, assuming that the terms are adopted today and that the committee is happy with that, is to work with our comms team to get the fund essentially advertised and working with community groups so that they can apply for it. And we're also proposing that the terms of the fund, once that 150k external funding through Better Off is used, that the terms of the fund will be slightly reduced and that there's very specific criteria that DIA and Crown Infrastructure Partners have in place that make it, in terms of reporting and application, there's a whole metric of criteria that they need to meet, which is not something we would require on an ongoing basis, but they are the requirements because it's Better Off funded. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you through you, Madam Chair. I love that this is targeted to the community plans. I think this is a real step change, and we've been doing this community planning for quite a while, and to have this fund target. Will they be prioritised in the criteria? So it talks about particularly to deliver actions in the community plans, but it still has bring to life the aspirations of local community at the broad sense in it as well. So in the criteria, will community plan actions be prioritised to access this funding?
So through the chair, that is undecided at this point, because the council decision was to do both. It was community plans and other community projects. The reason it's undecided is that we didn't want to rule out anything that's sitting outside of a community plan. So say, for example, we've heard feedback from Takapo recently that their community plan done a number of years ago that may not meet the current aspirations of the community. And so we don't want to rule them out just based on the fact that it's not in a plan document as such. It also doesn't include communities like Olga, the ones that haven't been developed yet. I'm looking to Mrs. Renata to mark my memory. So do those communities have projects that are of equal benefit to that community? However, they haven't got to the point where it exists in a formal document. So that's the logic and discussion that we've had at office level. If there's direction from the table, however, I'd be happy to receive that.
You mentioned that, once the 150 had run out, but, what happens to the operational budget that's in the community plan this year? Will that be added to the 150 and it will be what, 176?
Through the chair, there are two options there. Yes, it could be added. However, one of the risks that we had identified, which we believe to be a low risk, is that there is a possibility that some of the projects that are applied for, although we may approve them, the process going to DIA, they may say that that doesn't meet specific criteria. And so that our operational budget is essentially a risk mitigation. So we will see what applications we get through, and as soon as we start getting applications to be reimbursed and we see how they are going through that process, then if there's great interest and we have a whole list of projects that are wanting to be applied for, assuming that all goes well and we're getting reimbursed, then yes, we plan to use it. Otherwise, the idea is that it could be carried forward and would have a bigger pot in the next year from operational, where community projects can be applied for using that fund.
Just one last one. I just was wondering if you, just a small addition, if you on page 45, I was wondering if you could add in the demonstrate alignment to one more actions of the, and talking about community plans, which is great, but also maybe acknowledging town centre plans as well. That would be amazing for the chair if it, with your approval, to have that added in.
Thank you, through the chair. Just, I noted, but carry on to councillor Annan, applications to the fund that will undergo a thorough application assessment process. That is part of determination by the CIP. So just explain how that will work, so that, say, the community has an idea. So what's be a funding criteria, well, funding plan. Then the next step would be council, whoever assesses that, correct? Then after that, does it then go to the DIA to be approved, or how's that process? I mean, I'm just thinking of a delayed process.
So through the chair, again, that's part of the project plan that needs to be developed. But in simple terms, councillor Moynihan, you're correct. So when a project would be applying to the fund, because of the CIP and DIA criteria, they would need to, for example, if they were planning on doing native tree planting, for example, they would need to supply the quote for both the trees and the cost of the planting. They would submit that with the application. We would approve it. There is a window of time where we would be essentially allocating the funding, paying the community project, and then there would be a delay in getting reimbursed through the Better Off funding. So I don't see there'd be a delay in terms of the community group getting that money to start with from council, but there may be a delay in council's reimbursement with the Better Off funding. And again, the OPEX funding that councillor Annan had raised is again a mitigation there for us in terms of the delay in the funding coming through back from central government. But we would be working with each of these projects to let them know the timeline of when they could expect those funds and to help them plan accordingly. And some of those projects could be quite wide-ranging and different. And some may not need the funds straight away. For example, the applications for seed funding, it might be simply that they need to know that they have $5,000 allocated for that, and it gives them another year to go off and seek further co-funding opportunities.
Just had a question. What I envisage the plan expansion fund to be is something that will provide perhaps in towns and villages, something that will be there long standing. When I see what can be funded, it says venue or equipment hire. I'm just wondering whether that doesn't actually. Yeah, I'm just wondering if that could be. Because when I look at the Takapau plan and it says, you know, gateways and those sorts of things, that's what I kind of see as, you know, something that we could And whereas, yeah, a one-off event or I'm sure.
Want to make a suggestion that maybe that criteria sits with the Pride Vibrancy Fund? Because we do have a little bit of potential overlap on this at the moment, where the Pride and Vibrancy Fund is a particular activation and events kind of space, and actually this is more about infrastructure and the hard stuff in placemaking rather than events. So I think you're probably right to move that criteria and make sure it's covered by Pride and Vibrancy instead.
One comment you made before about if we don't hurry up and use it, maybe put back into our Three Waters program. No, I don't like to be the here, but yeah, we've heard loud and clear from our community that the Three Waters rates are unaffordable. That 150,000 1% reduction in rates. Should it be being plowed back into there? We hear that we've got to get back to basics and nice to haves. We don't pay for it, and I class this as a nice to have. I'm not saying but you know, could we put this back into the Three Waters?
Through the chair, that would need to be a council decision and a discussion that you would have. The basis in which this fund has been put together is off the back of the last council decision. So if you wish to revisit that and have that discussion, that is an option.
Yeah, I think the community expectations of those affordability is out there, is that they still want nice to haves, and the only way we're going to be able to provide nice to haves is through funding. And although I think it's important to remember that we have spent better funding, 800,000 funding has gone on stormwater. This is a small something about that we're probably all going to have. So,
Look, I acknowledge Councillor McRitch's points, and absolutely obviously nice to have all those things we've all been hammered for at the moment, but in the scheme of things, this you know, it's a drop on the bucket when it comes to Three Waters infrastructure. When we're talking about what 1.3 million capital expenditure, I mean, it's a drop in the bucket, whereas for a community like Otani, we've got this wonderful plan that could be transformational. You know, so I think, yeah, we'd be silly not to go with it, as my thoughts and opinion. So happy to move.
I agree also. But I think one thing that does disappoint me is that it's not 150k that we can actually leave there to grow and use. Like the Takapo Centennial Trust, you know, has started off with the 100k and still 50 years later is giving away the interest from that nest. Instead, but I get that we can't do that. But I think what's in here, the comments about it being something that lasts, something that's concrete or permanent in a town rather than an event or something is good for this. There's some great ideas in all the plans that would fit into this, and it's harking back to what we said at the start of this triennium, that we wanted to be able to enable community to do it for themselves. And I think this is one way. It's not council going out there and doing something. It's saying to the Otani Sports Club or the school or the hall committee, good idea, go for it. Or wherever that community.
Okay. I have a mover and a second. Mover and a seconder. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Okay. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. What a difference of 150,000.
They might.
We have the solid waste review update.
We don't want to start it. Thank you.
Maggie.
We're on. We're just waiting on.
Shall we jump to the next item?
Okay. I'm gonna jump to the Joint Committee. Recommendations. Liz State and Mayor Elvis. Page 117. 117, sorry. Right, yes. What you've done. Morning, councillors. Sorry, yes, I'm just bringing this paper, the paper is read, but it's bringing to you the recommendations from the Climate Action Joint Committee. These recommendations are in relation to the Hawke's Bay's first climate change risk assessment report. So that work was commissioned by the Joint Committee late 2024, and it was done under a fairly quick time frame, bringing together all the existing information we have on climate risks across the region. Yeah, it was a really interesting report. It was made public and when it was presented back to the committee in May. So yeah, really interesting report for CHB too, as it starts to quantify, you know, what the changing climate means to our communities, our infrastructure assets and decisions on land use planning. Yeah, so, I mean, Mayor, two councillors are on the committee. I don't know if you want to speak a bit further to.
So the interesting thing, thank you, Kim. And the interesting thing with this work is that there is this dialogue at a regional level about the climate action risk and mitigation and adaptation planning. That by doing this work regionally, that the region is going to do our work on climate action, and it's created this tension of what's the committee and the things that we're funding to do at a regional level actually delivering compared to what are we doing on the ground. And so part of this is actually accepting and receiving and noting the risk assessment report. But actually there's an action in here, which is how do we take, and number two is how do we take that work and build it into our asset management planning, our civil defence risk planning, our way we're working with community plans, the way we're working with civil defence resilience plans, the way that we're working with marae plans, the way that we are working with regional council on reimagining the rivers, because all of this stuff interplays. And if we just let it be a regional report, we'll never, ever achieve anything. So actually this is written as if it's a commit funding and staff resource to continue doing regional work and, you know, blah, blah, blah. Like that's fine. But actually the guts of this is how do we read that report, take what we know about the gaps and implement it into the rest of our work program. And when I think about our climate change and resilience elected member priorities, that's really where this sits. So these recommendations that came from the committee are pretty, I mean, they're soft really. I mean, they're not really anything. But I suppose the challenge for us is making sure that we pick up this work and actually put it across into the rest of our infrastructure and services delivery work and really commit to that number two, which is how to integrate climate risk information into decision making at all levels. That's the bit that's required because we actually need to do that here too. And so I would hope that after we've talked about these recommendations and what we do, that actually the next step in the work program is a report from staff that speaks to that point. how are we going to integrate climate risk information that we now know because of this report into decision making at all levels, including us? And that's kind of, it's hidden in the middle of all this other jabber, but that's actually the bit that's the most important. And the other thing is the Climate Action Joint Committee will dissolve at the end of the triennium. We've had some councils that have said that they'll pull out at that point. The view collectively with the mayors is, sure, all of our committees dissolve at the end of the triennium. It's going to be re-engaging in the conversation about what is the benefit from us from doing it. And so even these recommendations that say committing to regional collaboration, committing staff resource to help get to the next risk assessment in 2027, I mean, they're all kind of open to interpretation of how a new council will choose to represent themselves following the election. So it's a direction of travel. I don't think it's really committing us to anything. So that's it. I don't think it's really committing us to anything. And the devil is in that little phrase in the middle of number 2, which is actually what we should be doing here and doing a work program for that.
Maybe if I can just add, Madam Chair, to Mayor Alex and Steve's points before. So coming back to being really clear about the climate change and resilience, which again was a key focus as we moved into the triennium. Yeah, that's as we look ahead to the 2027 LTP, but also some of the short-term resource that we've got across the business around what is the additional risk work we need to do, which is whether that's across future iterations of regional spatial plans and a future RM reform, or future revisions to a spatial plan, or right down to right now, what are the short-term things that we need to be thinking about in terms of risk and resilience as we're developing some of our hub plans in short term. So it's my takeaway from the report for the organisation is that it's a much broader view of risk and resilience that we need to take across everything from asset management through to how we're planning for levels of service through to how we're implementing some of the decisions making at a day-to-day level. So there's probably in the next steps, there's probably a couple of sentences that we could have added in there, which has been clear about as we move forward now into the 2027 LTP. They will be foundations to things like a revised infrastructure strategy for the future. These are the pragmatic and practical things we need to be doing about us. But what the report does is provides a really clear and key platform for us to move forward on, both locally and so. Yeah, so with that, I'll just pass back to Lucy.
Yes, it's just that I was looking at 3.1. It's been mentioned, committed to providing staff resources and funding for ongoing collaboration on climate action, including allocation budget in the next long-term plan. Just to get it in my head, do we know how much funding would be needed, be considered or earmarked in the next long-term plan for this assessment to be undertaken? Do we have a figure, and what would that be?
So just probably through you, Madam Chair, probably on Mayor Alex's point, more you're just acknowledging it at this stage, and that would be a body of work through in the development of both the long-term plan, but as we look forward to what other support we may need to give for both the regional, now deliver on the regional plan as well. But first, look, we know we need to do more in this space. It's probably the bottom line.
Chair, just through that assessment and particularly the Central Hawke's Bay one, there's no mention of coastal erosion. And I'm wondering whether that needs to be included.
Come on, I think it was, sorry, through you, Madam Chair, it related, it was based on a lot of the data we have, and there's just not a lot of knowledge on coastal erosion. And our coast as compared to what they've got up at Napier and Hastings anyway. That's my understanding.
It needs to be mentioned, surely.
I think it was mentioned in the you read the whole report. I think it was mentioned. Not just the snapshot report. It is in there. So it's kind of overlaid with what we do know about those coastal inundation zones, but also the erodibility work. And in fact, Regional Council have just not that long ago released a new bit of work around geology and geography and landslip risk. And so there's actually already, even since this report, there's new data. And so yeah, it is there, but the scale of it is small compared to the rest of the snapshot for Central Hawke's Bay, which is river flooding risk is the most severe hazard influenced by climate change in Hawke's Bay, with 43.7% of commercial properties and 12.6% of residential properties currently exposed to a 1 in 100 event. So it's like, if you go to where's the scale of impact on residential property, it's at that, it's there, and that's why the coastal stuff in Hastings and Napier has more impact on property than it does here. And that's not to minimise the personal impact that has on those people on the coast, but it's just a different picture. Can I suggest a change to the resolution? I think we should, in 3.1, I think we should change, after the comma, I think we should change the word including allocating budget. I think we should change the word including to considering allocating budget.
Yeah.
Future decision. We want to see it. It needs to be put in front of council in terms of this is a decision we've got to make, but I think we just need to consider it rather than forget them.
Just on that, it's this we're acknowledging the recommendations from the Climate Action Joint Committee. So is this also the written? Can we change their recommendation? Just back to you. Yes, we can. Okay. So we're only acknowledging the writings.
Sorry, those motions.
You can,
Yeah.
you can change.
We could leave off 3.1, 2 and 3 if you wanted to. So number 3 just says acknowledges the recommendations from the Climate Action Joint Committee. And actually there's no further commitments after that. We could do that too.
So we, yeah. So you lost that, yes. Do I have a mover?
Well, seems I've provocatively said
Yeah, I should see.
I mean, explicitly.
Recommended resolution. I have a seconder. Councillor Moynihan, any further comment?
I just would like to add that I would like to see included in a work program about this integration of climate risk information into decision making. We need to have a better visibility and connection to that. So in adopting these recommendations, I think I would like to see that appear in a work program for our council as well, and that probably is to this. That's all. I'm not going to change the recommendation because of that. So number 1, 2 and 3 without the additional bullet points.
And so the recommendation now stands as that the Strategy Growth and Community Committee receives and notes, number 1, receives and notes the Hawke's Bay Climate Change Risk Assessment Technical Report as recommended by the Climate Action Joint Committee. 2, considers the findings and opportunities for further work outlined in the Hawke's Bay Climate Change Risk Assessment Technical Report, including how to integrate climate risk information into decision making at all levels, as recommended by the Climate Action Joint Committee. And 3, acknowledges the recommendations from the Climate Action Joint Committee that Central Hawke's Bay, full stop at the end of Action Joint Committee. Alex. Move. Oh, sorry, Perry.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out 3.3. So that doesn't read well for us as tangata whenua. It's very skewed. So tangata whenua doesn't have macrons. Yeah, and it's sort of like and including the sovereign people and including First Nations people. So how you reword that recommendation is important.
It's gone. Actually removed it.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Feedback to go.
Yeah.
Climate change committee.
Because the macrons aren't in the original one further down.
I think it's the inclusion,
I think there was,
the inclusion of tangata.
And saying Tanaka Whenua.
I think there was
Just
general disagreement over the 3 points, so we've actually removed them.
Okay.
Hi.
All in favour?
Aye.
Against? Now we will go back to page 7. Item 6.4.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Deputy Mayor. Good morning, councillors. Good morning, advisors. Today I'm presenting a paper that details the need for Central Hawke's Bay District Council to review its current WMP based on the findings of the most recent waste assessment that was attached as part of the paper. The waste assessment, it's a snapshot of the waste systems and the composition of waste we have. It also details a little bit about the upcoming challenges the district will face in waste-related matters. It acknowledges the current priorities the council has, including what central government priorities to affect our local priorities are. And it goes on to review the past or waste WMP performance, the objectives, and it shows us how we continue to track our progress going forward. We have considered a few changes in those measures to assist us in that measurement. Goes into a little bit of granularity in part 3, where it talks about a statement of proposal. This is a section where, as officers, we put in all possible options that we consider to address those key challenges and to follow on with our listed objectives over the next 6 years. This, of course, as part of the WMP, will be summarized and go at a higher level. Worth noting that these options were developed considering with some stakeholders, internal and external. We did have some sessions with local with Mana Whenua through the Tamatea Pokai Whenua, local businesses, local communities, groups that are interested in the waste space, and we will continue to do so going throughout the process. The theme of the WA is very much around effective and cost-effective management of waste while trying to balance out waste minimization going forward. We also acknowledge that there's a need for partnering with our local suppliers or local businesses, because we know we can't do it alone. We need them on board as well. Also a lot of discussions around just creating, improving our messaging to promote that behavior change among our communities. And finally, there's also a little bit of focus on instilling some kind of sense of pride to our communities so that we can deter these unwanted behaviors such as illegal dumping and littering. So in summary, the paper talks about the options of the council, which is either to accept the findings of the waste assessment, which is a tacit approval, to update the 2019 WMP, and thus we can continue working towards an updated WMP with ideally a formal adoption of said updated WMP in April 2026. The other option you have as well is, of course, to request officers to review the waste assessment. Maybe it might not hit the mark quite as well as it should, and then you could make that decision at the later date to progress and to update the WMP. And your final option is to ignore the findings of the waste assessment and continue with your 2019 WMP. So in short, we're recommending for those reasons in the paper, as well as acknowledging the challenges we have, that it's time to reconsider our 2019 WMMP and maybe adjust this so that we're in a position to face these challenges over the next 6 years. I take the paper as read. Any questions?
You Chair, just in 2.12, proposed changes to the Waste Minimisation Act, which the government's coming through. Firstly, has the government provided any indication of when the changes might be implemented? And if implemented, will this council need to update our local bylaws to align with these proposed amendments? Or can we just lead on? We have to go right through it, the local.
Through you, Chair. So the indication now is that they are still reviewing the submissions, and we are unsure when they will update or approve those changes. Again, the devil will be in the detail. In terms of those changes and whether they will impact our bylaws, the WMP has part of one of our actions is to review those bylaws as well as part of the action going forward in the updated WMP. So we would try to link all those together.
Sorry, just so we would wait for the legislation to become law, then we'll do the bylaw review. That help with. I mean, it's waste time. Yeah.
Logical sense.
Yep, thanks.
I just want to acknowledge this is a really good report. Thank you so much. Even just having, the demographics of the community, all that sort of stuff involved in there is awesome. I also support the new targets. I think that they're reasonable and quite achievable, which is really nice. And also the new objectives that you've identified there as well. The only thing that my brain always comes back to, and I know that they're totally different pieces of work, is that we have talked about whether or not the landfill could be treated as a business opportunity to actually generate income long term, but then that goes completely against what the WMP is trying to achieve around reducing waste. So just my question is where does that part of it fit into this, or is part of the scoping over the next few years, as we lead up to making decisions around the landfill, is there a consideration for a business case to be looked at in line with how, if it could generate us income in the long term, and so that we can either just say yes or no, get that off the table and out of our thinking, and then we could go full on into, right, this is about reducing waste, because that's where we will reduce our costs because we're trucking it somewhere else.
Through you, Chair. We are currently talking to Tararua about extending the agreement for importing waste into landfill. I think those the idea of operating a landfill as a business alongside, trying to aim to reduce waste within Central Hawke's Bay can live side by side, in my opinion. It's a council decision at the end of the day, but those two things are kind of very different, and we will get to that point where Mr. Hunt will bring a paper to the table around the future viability of the landfill, because we do have to we'll have to get into that decision around 2028, a couple of years before that consent comes to an end in 2030.
Actually, that with the thing that Councillor Annan just raised, I actually think the plan is silent on some things that would help us sit in that, and one of them is actually the commitment of those businesses that are contributing to our landfill, their commitment to having the same underlying principles as us, because they need to be actively diverting recycling and actively finding ways to do that, and we actually need to make that a commitment of them to be part of what we're doing. So I think we've missed something in that. That was something that I was going to raise. And the second part is when we talk about solid waste options that are supported by community, and the words come up about instilling pride, I still don't think we are strong enough in the language that says our expectation has to be that council and council contractors involved in waste management lead from the front. Because if it looks like we don't care, and it looks like our solid waste contractors don't care, then why should our community care? And if we're going to instill pride, and if that's the direction on that objective, I think we have to be stronger in saying that actually we do the best that we can to set a good example with the resources that we've got. And I think we've got a little bit tapped into the actions that talks about the litter bins and stuff that I had talked about at the workshop as well, but it's kind of missed that point of operational excellence that says we take this seriously, so everyone should take it seriously. And I just think we're missing that somewhere in the actions. And one other thing. Yeah. Page 111. About agriculture and farming practices, completely off base. I would remove it. Yeah. I think it's not within our field of influence in this space. That's in the wrong place.
Just put my hand up. But through me. Just when we talk about leading from the front and those sorts of things, by allowing, and I guess we can't stop it, external contractors coming in and doing curbside pickup, and everybody throwing everything in the bin, recycling, solid waste, everything. How can we encourage them to actually be more environmentally friendly and actually, because we do provide a recycling service, so much easier for some people just put everything in a bin and it can be taken out of district and we've got no control over whether it's actually coming back to district and being dumped.
Through you, Chair. So one of the actions that I've put in that long list is it talks about a permitting system, and a permitting system allows us some control over who can collect within our district, where it goes, and we can use that as a instrument, shall we say, of any person who wants to provide private collection service must also provide a recycling service along with it. Have those controls. That's something we can work through as part of a permitting system for us through a Bible.
I saw that there, and then I saw the priorities, and how have we arrived at where the priorities sit? How have they been prioritized?
So the prioritize of when you talk about, sorry, through you, Chair, prioritization around the high, medium, and low is so that's a snapshot of looking at what our resources are at the moment, what's important, looking at the timeline. So for example, if I put the landfill perspective there on making a decision, that's obviously high because we need to make that decision. So that's kind of how it was looked at.
My only thought was around if I was to add anything to the targets, because the thing that always concerns me is that we've got a whole bunch of people that are paying for a service that they're just not using with the curbside pickup of rubbish. So is it possible to actually add that as a target, and that would actually drive our innovation and new thinking as to how we actually get more people using the service that they're paying for. But then does it have an opposite effect to 0.1 to increase diversion to the landfill? Because then we're actually encouraging more people to use our service, and is the diversion to the landfill measured on the whole of the district or just the stuff that we pick up?
Through you, Chair. To answer the question about the diversion, it's through what we can gather, the information we can gather. So that will be generally through our services or through the transfer stations. Noting that private collectors who are recycling or are offering that service, if they don't come through our system, it's really hard for us to track that. However, with a permitting system, we could ask them to give us that information as part of that permitting system. It's quite notorious that private collectors generally don't want to give you a lot of information. It's commercial, but we can attempt to try to get that information through. Sorry, I forgot your first question.
How do we get more people using the service that they're paying for and the rate?
So one of the actions that I've put forward as well is to review that how our curbside system works. There could be ways of us to tweak that to incentivize people to use our system. We can also do a little bit of homework around gathering some detailed data on who is actually using the system and how often you're using the system. And that's probably a good start to it.
Just following on from that conversation, I've actually did a bit of a scope down my street in Nancy Street. Because in Nancy Street, there's a lot of us that utilise Kiwi cams. And the reason that a lot of the households are utilising in Takapo, utilising Kiwi cams is because of the fact is that when a rubbish bag is put outside our gateways, it is easy for stray animals to actually come along and attack those bags. Another thing too is that the inconsistency with the prices of our rubbish bags for council. So we're lucky at Takapo Food Market Community Store that they actually sit along a really good baseline of 50 cents and $1 for the bigger bags. However, you go to the supermarkets, they're phenomenal prices that we're actually paying for. The other thing is that with our recycling, we actually don't use the recycling. Most of us don't actually use the recycling truck for exactly the same thing. We have a lot of wind that comes through. So hence a lot of our recycling is actually dirtying up our streets. But what we do is that we actually utilise the recycling centre that's beside our food market. So those are some of the conversations that I've actually had with our people that are in Takapo. So if you can, that's some information there, some data that's been collected that you can actually put into
Yeah, I'm happy to move. Oh, that's just good work. Well done. As I acknowledge that it was flipping back and forth, and that was partly our fault, well, mostly our fault, and that we had a lot of things, a lot of big stuff on our plate, and we probably didn't give it the time and attention that it well deserved. So thank you for still pulling this together, moving us forward with it, and it was really good to starting to see it in an extensive report. So yeah, and next steps from here obviously is you just, what's the next step? Sorry, no, I'm not allowed to ask that question. Don't even ask that. I can talk to you later about it.
Can I allow the next steps to proceed? Yeah, you can. I can allow them. Sorry.
No. Chair, the next steps would be to, I'm coming back next month to give you an update on our findings from the Section 17A review. From that point onwards, I expect I'll provide a paper to the committee around accepting the Section 17A review report, and then incorporating those findings into the updated WMMP. From that point onwards, I will write a WMP updated version that comes to the council, I think sometime in September. And at that point, we'll pause and then convene sometime. And then from that point on, it goes out for formal consultation, assuming there's an agreement that updated WFP still fits what we're trying to achieve, and then final adoption sometime next year. That's
And let's keep going.
47.
Thank you. That the strategy growth and community one receives and supports the findings of the draft waste assessment report. Two, directs officers to proceed with it, updating the existing waste management and minimisation plan for formal adoption by April 2026. All in favour? Aye. Against?
Thank you.
Thank you.
What have we done?
Louise.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, we've got Louise and Kim. Louise, I think, from the HBRC. Yes, so welcome. We're going to talk about reimagining flood resilience.
That's right. Yes, so the purpose of this paper is to appoint 2 members to the Reimagining Flood Resilience Tukitook project. So this this project's been brought to the council table before, I understand, an overview of it at least. It's a part of the regional council scheme review, so a project led by the regional council. But there's been an opportunity to involve the local community, which is positive for. That's obviously there's big impacts. Tukitook River scheme review goes from the headwaters down to the Tapanui Stream inlet. So there's a busy program of work that under the project. So I might just hand over to Louise now just to outline some of that structure and what's involved. Answer any questions you might have on the project. Thanks, Louise. There is some slides, which I can control in, Louise, if you want to.
Yeah, thank you. Kia ora koutou, everyone. Louise McPhail tōku ingoa. I am the manager for recovery in the asset management group. That is a seconded role to coordinate the response to the Hawke's Bay independent flood reviews. And the Reimagining Flood Resilience is a priority project for HBRC that has come as a direct result of those Hawke's Bay independent flood review recommendations. We have had the opportunity to present a brief overview to you all before at the end of last year. And we've spent the last 6 to 9 months or so planning what this project will look like. And then funding commenced on the 1st of July. We have, if we move to the next slide. So we are currently just approaching what we are calling phase 2B, which is the stakeholder reference group engagements. This will commence in August and run through to March. And the plan is that we will have, we don't want to call it a plan or a strategy, but we have a way forward with some tangible projects and a longer term vision that we hope will be intergenerational, that we can put into our next LTP. So the 2027 LTP is the deadline for this project, and then implementation will move forward from there.
Next slide, please. So we have structured this project under a kind of program view. Hawke's Bay Regional Council will be the ultimate decision maker because we hold the mandate for the stop banks and flood protection, and we will be funding whatever the outcomes of these projects are. But we have split the projects into our two major schemes, so the Upper Tukituki and the Heratonga Plains schemes. There are reviews taking place of the minor or smaller schemes as well, but that's under a different project. So this particular project of the Reimagining Flood Resilience is focusing just on those two major schemes, which offer a level of protection against flood risk to 84% of the Hawke's Bay community. So what we're asking today through Kim's paper is appointments from Central Hawke's Bay District Council to the Upper Tukituki Steering Group. This will be a group made up of governors from Hawke's Bay Regional Council, Central Hawke's Bay District Council, and Tamatea Pokai Whenua. And the idea is that this group will take on board the engagement through the stakeholder groups, the stakeholder reference groups and the focus groups that will be established, and technical advice from the technical advisory group, and make recommendations to Hawke's Bay Regional Council, who will then be able to make final decisions. Next slide, please, Kim. So progress to date, as I said, we spent the last 6 to 9 months planning what this might look like, reaching out to key partners and stakeholders and socialising this project. Within Hawke's Bay Regional Council, this is a priority project, and therefore we have been appointed, for want of a better description, project champions. Our project champions are also our steering group members. So for the Upper Tukituki, that is currently Councillor Foley and Councillor Hokianga. We obviously realise that some of these appointments might change post the upcoming election, but that is something that we will have to navigate once we reach that point. We have established a technical advisory group, and it has staff from all the partners within this project, so from all the TAs and the 2 PSGs and Nikki. And we are currently meeting every 3 weeks. We've actually had 4 meetings since these slides were put forward, 4 meetings and a workshop. And we've had steering group appointments confirmed so far, obviously HBRC, but NCC and Hastings District Council. And Tamatea Pokai Whenua are in discussions with our Chief Executive, and Mana Ahuriri are going to appoint next week at their board meeting. Next slide, please, Kim. So we are currently socialising the findings with our partners from the outcomes of the scheme review. And I apologise, we were due to present to you on the 3rd of July, but unfortunately you ran out of time and we haven't been able to bring that back for this meeting. But if at some future point you would like a summary presentation from Tonkin and Taylor, who did the engineering scheme review, then we're happy to organise that. And I believe the slides are in your slide pack that we can organise that. So we're currently wanting to establish the steering groups. We're hoping that we will have all members appointed and the first steering group meetings commence in mid to late August. We have just engaged or just about to engage an external resource that will bring the horsepower really to run those external stakeholder reference group and focus group meetings. It's quite a tight time frame, and because we're running the 2 projects in parallel, that's a lot of meetings and a lot of community engagement that needs to be undertaken in a sort of 6-month period, this side of Christmas and just after Christmas. So we're bringing in external resources for that. And one of the first jobs that we'll be asking the steering groups to do is to appoint people to the stakeholder reference group through whichever means they feel is appropriate. I think that's the last at the end of the slides, but I'm very happy to take any questions. I'll hand back to Kim.
Thanks, Louise.
Kia ora, Louise. So we've had a representation review change. So our next council is going to be looking different from what it is now. So I'm looking at the criteria here, and you're asking that a member from each of the Aramoana, Ruahine and Ruataniwha wards. In our next representation for the next election or next council, we've actually got at large, and we've got a Māori ward that's come in. I'm in my little mind, I'm thinking that that at large is actually representing the whole of Central Hawke's Bay. So is Rautahi ward. So would be actually looking at a different criteria for the next council.
Yeah, I apologise. I'm not sure what's in the case.
I think Big Brain, you're well ahead of us on that one. So just probably just in terms of the next steps, and Louise talked about it. So yes, you're confirming appointments up until council the end of this training, which will obviously kind of be the 11th of October. But as you move into the new training, that will be council will basically need to reconfirm all of these appointments. So yeah, so that will need to be cognizant of all of the representation around the table. So there will be there is a change after the election based on other things as well.
So this is just suggesting on how council stands at the moment with the two wards. So an appointment from each is just by to October.
Getting you to the end of the training.
Two questions. I'm not sure. It's probably the first one's to Mr. Tate. The TAG group officers, what work stream does this fall into? Is it an infrastructure thing, or is it the climate work stream that will be looking through? Where does it fall?
Through you, Madam Chair, it's currently sitting inside Mr. Muggeridge's folio, so in that strategy risk.
And the second question is just probably to Louise, just correct me if I'm wrong, the steering group will appoint the stakeholder?
Yes, that's the intention. We'll be guided by the steering groups of how they would like to appoint the stakeholders, whether it's an expression of interest or some other format. But yes, that's in, which is why we're quite keen to get the steering groups established as soon as possible. And with that complication of the election in between that, that we need to move on with the project. And the first step is the steering group appointments.
Yes, hello, Louise. I haven't been involved in this committee, but could you just tell me the primary goal of this steering committee relating to the flood resilience in the Tukitoki area? What are they sort of doing policy? How will they work and how will it go up the chain? What will they do?
Yeah, the Hawke's Bay Independent Flood Review recommended that the Regional Council work with our partners and stakeholders and the wider community on determining what future flood risk resilience may look like, and also how it's paid for, what's affordable, what the level of service might be that communities would like. And so through this project, we are going to go out to the community and work with our partners and Mana Whenua to hear from them what their values are around the costs and affordability and the levels of service and the trade-offs that there might be there, and also how we might manage oversized events. Obviously, the Cyclone Gabriel was significant, but the schemes, particularly the Tukitoki scheme as it stands at the moment, offers 1 in a 100-year level of service. It runs from State Highway 50 upstream of Waipawa down to, as Kim mentioned, the confluence with the Papanui. Is that the right fit? Does it need to look different? Can we include some nature-based solutions? So making room for the river, having overland flow paths, etc., etc. So we'll be asking those questions of the community with support from the technical advisory group, and then the feedback from the community will go to the steering group, who will then determine from all the things that they have heard, what are the best recommendations to go forward to Hawke's Bay Regional Council, who will then determine what that might look like, how that can be paid for, and how that might look in our next long-term plan.
And would that include gravel extraction area?
Gravel extraction is a huge part of what is the concerns in the Opportunity scheme, and will definitely be part of the conversation.
Hi Louise, I was just wondering, at what part do we get to get our community involved in this? Is it at the focus group level, or is it at the stakeholder group level? And who chooses those people? Is that the steering group?
Yeah, so it is at the stakeholder reference group level and the focus groups. So for Tuki Tuki, we would be asking the steering group to work with the project team and the TAG group on how best to appoint members to that stakeholder reference group. The focus groups are intended for a more localized people at place. If there are specific things we want to talk about there, it's also looking, another focus group might be our infrastructure partners, so Waka Kotahi, NZTA, Kiwi Rail, and the Lifelines networks. Another focus group might be the primary sector. So we'll work with the steering group to determine what those stakeholder reference groups might look like and what those focus groups should be for each project. And we're also looking at other options, because obviously we would love to be able to talk to everybody, but we can't talk to everybody in depth in the way that we really want to reach some of these topics. But like a community interactive survey for the wider community that is not part of the stakeholder reference group.
Wonderful. And just one other question. I was wondering around the 6 monthly update reports. Are they, we haven't received those yet. Will we get a copy of those before the election? And will they be available to be accessed for interested community members online, so that they, if they wanted to just even track the progress of it from their own home, is there a way that they can do that?
Yes, so we are just working with the TAG group at the moment about how that reporting might look. We're reporting to Hawke's Bay Regional Council every 2 months, and we are asking the TAG whether our council paper will be sufficient, and we could just share our council paper and it can go around the other councils with a covering page from each respective council officer. Or whether we need something more in depth. We will also be setting up a website for this project that we will direct the community to, and everything will be transparent. All the reports and everything will sit there so that people can go and find that information themselves. But as I said, funding commenced on the 1st of July for this project. So while we've been planning heaps, we're really sort of running to set it up now once we've had this funding put in place.
Councillor Witchman.
Just to follow on from that, Louise, so the community hui's have already been, will be done, or are you taking it from the stuff that you've done before?
No, so community hui's is not really, so we won't go out and hold lots of wide community hui's. We will have these stakeholder groups, and we're intending to maybe have 6 to 7 in-depth workshops. They're highly likely to be run on a Saturday so that we can have as many cross-section of the community able to attend. They'll probably run for a good 3 or 4 hours of the day, and that will be with those stakeholder reference group members.
I was just saying that because one of our Paronga Hau whānau, how would they be able to feed into this, because they were impacted in that period. So just wanted to know how that was going to be captured. And also you've spoken about a platform that they can go to if they can't make it.
So just to be clear, Paronga Hau is not part of this engagement. It's only the Upper Tuki Tuki scheme spatial extent that we are. So Paronga Hau has a lot of mahi happening at the moment through our CAT2 mitigation IPMO projects, and that team will continue to interact with Paronga Hau.
Thank you.
Thank you, Louise. Terms of reference, so we're being asked to appoint councillors to this. Do you have a terms of reference for the group?
No, we were going to work with the steering groups once they're appointed to set their own terms of reference.
Okay, and so we need to make sure in making this appointment that we've given those appointees the delegations to actually make those calls, because you don't want to have a circle of coming back to council every 6 weeks for permission on things. So what's the delegation that you think these people are going to need to have to make decisions on our behalf?
I don't think they need a delegation, because the ultimate decision will sit with Hawke's Bay Regional Council. So they're making recommendations, but there's no actual decision. I don't think the other councils have put in place any particular delegations.
Okay, but just to be clear, that so the other councils haven't asked for the terms of reference to come back to their councils?
No, not yet.
So their appointees are delegated to approve a terms of reference to get the work going?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we're clear on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we're appointing people to this, they are delegated to get on and do the work, and it's apart from the 6 monthly report, we're not asking to approve or decide or anything else.
And just for a point of clarification through you, Madam Chair, to Louise. So just on that point, the steering group will be providing feedback on the terms of reference, but what I'm just inferring from the comment you made before is ultimately will be HBRC that will adopt the terms of reference, not the steering group.
Oh, no, the steering group will adopt their own terms of reference. Yes, absolutely. But within that group, we haven't talked about whether they needed a delegation from each respective council to do that.
Louise, are you saying that the terms of reference for the Heratonga could be different to the Tukito?
Potentially, although some of the members will be the same. So for Heratonga Plains, we have Tamatea, Pokai, Whenua in there, and Hawke's Bay Regional Council, obviously. We would like to have them aligned, but they could potentially be different.
But Louise, regional councillors asking both of those steering groups to do the same thing, which is to adopt a terms of reference, agree a process for how to set up the stakeholder group, and to appoint to the focus groups. And that seems to be, and then endorse recommendations that come from the work back to regional council. That's effectively the terms of reference, isn't it?
That is correct. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just not said like that anywhere. Okay. Cool.
Okay, so the recommendation is that the Strategy Growth and Community Committee appoints 2 councillors. So we are at that point. Appointing councillors. Sorry. Councillor.
I would like to put forward.
So Madam Chair, I requested that the governance team take a 2-step process to try and avoid an agenda paper that had blank spaces on it. So I understand that Jane should be able to tell us those that have expressed interest who would like their names in the blanks.
And that is both myself and councillor. I'd like to move the recommendation with the addition of councillors Greer and
And I'll second it. Oh, I would say, well done. Congratulate putting your name forward. And I wish you all the very best, and I hope there'll be some good outcomes.
So that anybody. So this, the recommendation is that the Strategy Growth and Community Committee, 1, appoints councillors Greer and Byrne to the Upper Tukitoki Steering Group and the Reimagining Flood Resilience Project. 2, notes that 6 monthly update reports will be provided to the council on the Reimagining Flood Resilience Project by the Central Hawke's Bay Technical Advisory Group officers. All in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Louise.
Thanks, Louise. Thank you very much, guys. Bye.
Page 126. So we just are left with the date of the next meeting. Will be the 18th of September. Do I have a mover?
Second.
Seconder is councillor Witchman. All in favour?
Aye.
Carried. And the time of closure is, well. We'll just close it. Well, thank you for joining if you're watching online. And we will be back shortly after lunch break with the transport.
2:45 for transport.
2:45. Very cool, very cool.
Okay, welcome to this meeting of the Transport Committee. We have already been here for most of the day, so we've had karakia this morning to start the day's process. Go straight into apologies. We have one from councillor Aitken. Would somebody like to move and second that be accepted? Councillor Greer, councillor Byrne, all those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Any declarations of a conflict of interest for this meeting? Remembering you can admit to one at any time. Standing orders, would somebody like to move that they remain our usual? Councillor Minahan, seconded Mayor Walker. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, Carried. Confirmation of the minutes of the Transport Committee meeting on the 19th of June as circulated be confirmed as true and correct. Does anyone have any issues with those or would like to move them as being true and accurate? Walker, do I have a seconder? Councillor Byrne? Wish to speak? No. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against. Carried. Going to on page 10 of the agenda, resolution monitoring report. Mr. H, there is one item.
Just the one item and maybe to take any questions too.
So, which is crossing stage 3 level of vision. Any questions on that? No. Would somebody like to move that the Transport Committee receives the resolutions monitoring report? Margaret, seconded Councillor Witchman. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against. Carried. Page 12. Program update, land transport road recovery. Welcome Ms. England and Mr. Convict to the deal. Yours.
Good afternoon, councillors, everybody. The paper that you've got in front of you today is our regular update on the Land Transport Recovery Programme. Just to provide a brief summary, and then I'll take the paper as read. We're main focus this month has been on the wrap up of all of the work across the last financial year. You'll see that there's common theme amongst a lot of the projects of closing project documentation and construction out. We've completed just under $10 million worth of work in that last sort of 8 months since November when we got or late October when we got our funding assistance rate confirmation from NZTA. And out of those phase 2 and 3 programs, we've got just 3 sites from our planned program that we haven't completed. In phase 1, I'd like to note we're making really great progress. We are still forecasting an underspend across that program and the funding from our partners at NEF. We're working with them and just waiting on confirmation for where we can reallocate that funding within the scope of our existing project funding agreement that we have with them. And in phase 4, although the projects aren't listed and included in this report yet, the work is well underway. We've been doing planning. We've awarded our 2 professional service contracts now to complete our design and support throughout the remainder of our recovery work. And the projects will be reported upon individually in the next reporting period. That pretty much summarises the report. Happy to take any questions if there are any.
Any questions for Councillor Minahan?
Yes, thank you. Just in regard to the Burnside Bridge. I see following the scheduled workshop for August in regards to the Burnside Bridge that's coming up. Has the council got plans to return to the community with an update on the outcomes and next steps?
Through you, Chair. Yes, more detail be given in the workshop in August, but our intention is to return to community in late August, and the planning for that event has just commenced in the last week or so.
Thank you. Just further to that, can we just make sure that we perhaps widen that scope for the community engagement with the bridge? Like there's some very big farming operations and probably one of the biggest ag contractors over there that uses that area very much in the season.
I do believe they have been involved with discussions already.
Through your Chair, I know that we've met with just one adjacent landowner, but we can certainly widen the.
Make sure we got it. They're not adjacent landowners, though, but further.
No, I was of the understanding that you were talking to some of those bigger contracting businesses.
We have met with our contracting business located in Takapau as well, yes. But we can expand and start sort of reaching out, make sure that we're offering opportunities further than just the Takapau communities.
That's good, because I thought that was part of the process already, in terms of who the names and that have been given to you.
I've got some more I can hear.
If anyone can think of anyone that should be part of that process for the team, can you email Ms. England? Yeah. So there was, I think, Amelia might have had someone, and also Councillor Greer yourself, if anyone else has any one in mind, let them know. It doesn't matter if we double up, just as long as right people. You're welcome.
Progress is just amazing. Well done. And all those green boxes on the report. It's fantastic. Just my question is about the maintenance of the remaining sites. Because I keep getting either personal experience or phone call by people down Middleton Road where that particular site seems to get an absolute thrashing. How are we monitoring and looking after those other sites?
Through you, Chair, the monitoring of sites that haven't been repaired yet has still sitting with our maintenance team and contractor. Relating to Middleton Road and the sites there in particular, that did get raised to us a couple of weeks ago. As we have been doing previously, we're organising sort of temporary works to just try and increase the level of service slightly in the meantime whilst we design and then construct the permanent repairs. It relies really on an RFS or SnapSensol coming in, or one of the maintenance team identifying that we need to do something at a site at the moment.
So the level of service is still to leave it as a gravel, because some of our sites have been upgraded to having a bit of seal put across them to make them manageable, but that doesn't seem to be the consistent approach. Is there a consistent approach, or is it just site by site?
You, Chair, it has been a site-by-site basis to date. I can't remember off the top of my head what's planned for the temporary works at Middleton Road, but we can find out.
It's just probably the one site that you come across around the district, which you actually have to slow down to less than 30 k's to safely get across it. And I don't know there's any other sites, actually, to be honest, anywhere in the district that are still like that. And it might just be really.
Through you, Chair.
We have a look at it.
Yeah, through you, Chair, we'll have a specific look at that one to make sure it's appropriately looked after. But we certainly fix it.
For me, just with regards, the bridges, are they all three in terms of Todd, Wilson Cutting and Burnside, are they all coming to that workshop?
Yeah, I can understand. Yes, through you, Chair, we intend to bring that as one discussion, because they're all bridges, and although they're in slightly different situations, with respect to NZTA funding, we just want to bring that as one conversation with different actions to do on those, on those three different projects.
Can any pre-work be done on those in terms of, if something happens with one of those bridges or whatever a decision is with the roads around, is that done in conjunction with that decision? i.e. Evans Road?
Yeah, that's a conversation, through you, Chair, as a conversation that our land transport manager, Mr. George, is having with NZTA, because it's not usual to go and get funding for an area-wide pavement treatment in lieu of a bridge reconstruction. So he just needs to work through that to make sure that he can access the funding that we need to make that viable.
So that bigger picture look will come in as part of that workshop.
Yeah, we're working with NZTA at the moment on that topic, on a specific topic, and hopefully we'll have something for you at the workshop. But certainly by the time we get to the decision, we'll have clarity over what those options look like, so we can put that in front of council with all the information that you need to make a decision.
Yeah, add to that as well through you, Chair, the information and investigations we're doing at the moment in relation to Evan Road in particular is going to be considering not just the idea of an area-wide pavement treatment, but actually, is it a suitable detour route for Todd Road, aka what are our assets like bridges or culverts on that route, and do we need to do anything else to those as well before we decide to close or do anything with Todd Road?
It's not just a ceiling job.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just in dialogue, so I've noticed only been through the Transport Committee of the implications assessment that it has in bullet point number 2 that council staff have identified and assessed all reasonably practical options for addressing the matter and considered the views and preferences of any interested or affected persons, and always, in brackets, it has including Māori, in proportion to the significance of the matter. Can we have a dialogue change of including Māori out of the brackets and maybe just have mana whenua in there?
Certainly.
Yeah.
Isn't in the body of the.
Yes, it's in the report.
Yeah, it might be time to just have a refresh of the language that we're using. It's come up several times today.
Yeah.
In various places, so. Any concerns, just. Committee, yeah. Any other questions for the team on this item? Councillor Margaret.
Just the spend today, when's that up to? I must have in here, is it to the end of?
Through your chair, due to the timing of our finance processing, that's actually only up until the end of May, so it doesn't include any costs for June. As of yet, it's a month behind.
You'd like to ask for an indication of what it might be now?
Oh, well, their forecast. I was just saying that because a lot of them say close out underway in this team, 90,000 to spend. So it's trying to get what's involved in that close out shop.
Through you, Chair, there is some costs that are going to extend past the closeout of the project. So when we enter into a contract, we have then a period where we monitor for any defects, any issues that may arise. And so there is some internal costs and some minor external ones in relation to closing out that contract and monitoring it for a 12-month period for every single site that we've constructed. So that will also be a difference in comparison to the June versus forecast.
Any further questions? Hendrik, do you have a question?
It's been noticed any other. I just got another comment. Yeah. Oh, just through you, Chair, I just wanted to recognise the work that Miss England has done and also Mr. Stubbs's team, programme delivery team as well. It's an unbelievable achievement. If you think about the fact that we only got approval from NZTA in October and November, to have this volume of work delivered on the ground, you know, good quality work delivered on the ground by the end of June is just unbelievable. So yeah, really hard to make this happen.
I was going to move the recommendation and say something along those very lines. So I will just echo what you said. I'm happy to move that the Transport Committee receives the key program status report, land transport road recovery update. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Margaret, like to speak. Imagine what we're going to do with the 3-year plan and knowing in advance. It's exciting. Thank you. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against. Carried.
Well done.
So the date of our next meeting. So the next Transport Committee meeting be held on the 21st of August 2025. Do I have a mover? Councillor Burns, seconded Councillor Greer, either frowning or trying to read his agenda. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against. Carried. Oh. I've done that. Move into public excluded before that. Right, cool. Move into public excluded business. We have a resolution monitoring report and a land transport recovery program physical works procurement to go through. Would somebody like to move that we exclude the public? Mayor Annan, seconded Mayor Walker. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against. Carried. We'll just close off for those online. We'll go into those public excluded items and then we'll go back to our public excluded council section after that, at the end of the public facing sessions today.